Excuse me, we're trying to get started here. Forgive me, but the microphone is not working. Apparently they can hear us on cable TV, but they can't hear us inside the room. So we're going to go ahead and get started. We'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'll please join us and pledge allegiance to our flag. Ready, begin. Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please call the roll.
Commissioner Alexander. Here. Commissioner Newman.
Here.
Commissioner Reynolds. Here. Commissioner Turpel. Absent. Chair Nichols.
Yes. At this time, we'll have public comments. And first we have Karen Gorbach. Please forgive me. If you would please come to the lectern, we'll see if that microphone is working. And if you please give us your name and city residence for the record, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Seems to be working. Good evening. My name is Karen Gorbach, Thousand Oaks. I'm a commissioner on the Thousand Oaks Council on Aging, but this evening I'm speaking to you as a private citizen. I'm very happy to see that you have on your agenda tonight a discussion of a proposal to construct an assisted living facility in Thousand Oaks. But in the next few minutes, I'd like to ignite your imaginations to think not only about that project, but several types of living options for older adults in our city who may not yet require assisted living. You know, if we're lucky, we'll all age. I don't need to remind you that 10,000 baby boomers turn 65 years old each day, and we've all been to the presentations over the last few years reminding us that the senior population in Thousand Oaks is growing faster than any other demographic, including young families. So I was wondering why the beautiful, new, gated housing development at the corner of Warwick and Mayflower called 21 Oaks was designed for single-family homes that begin at just over $1 million. I lived just down the hill in Shadow Oaks and walked up to visit the models last summer and drool over the exquisitely staged interiors. What lovely homes. But I'm asking you, as public stewards for land use and development in Thousand Oaks, to please seek out more creative and even more affordable housing, especially for seniors. As you know, the internet is filled with ads and ideas of innovative senior housing, and I'd like to mention just a few. Please note that I have neither a personal nor business relationship with any of them. I saw this first example a few months ago on a national television news show about Lennar Builders in Arizona. I know real estate is cheaper in Arizona, but I think their design is terrific and deserves consideration. They design homes called Next Gen, which feature a Next Gen suite for aging parents connected to a single family home. Now, these are larger than granny flats. They're self-contained apartments with separate entries, living space, bedroom, bathroom, and so on, connected to the larger family home. And everyone has their own privacy. Now, an example of an intergenerational mixed-use development is the Moldau Family Residences on the campus for Jewish Life in Palo Alto, California, in which seniors live on the upper floors of an apartment complex because the lower floors are occupied by a preschool and family education center. And the elder residents can help out with the children if they choose. And of course, that's a wonderful win-win for both the seniors and the young families. Then there's a tiny house movement. Now, I know this isn't for everybody, but it might be an option if they were built around a nice landscaped village with gardens that all the residents could enjoy. Examples go on and on. So please, be proactive. Please engage the best and the brightest, the most innovative designers and builders to ensure that Thousand Oaks really is the best place in the nation for families to age. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Gorbach. Got one additional public speaker, Mr. Nick Kidway. Can you please give us your name and city residence for the record, please?
I begin invoking the name of God, who is most beneficial, most merciful. My name is Nick Iqbal Kidwai, a resident of Newbury Park, and last time I checked, still Director Concerned Citizens, Thousand Oaks. Honorable Planning Commissioners, our anonymous board told me to not wear this official Planning Commission and City Council tie that shows the plight of the citizens who are not really welcome here and are not responded to with this ho ho ho. And tis the season. So I said, okay, hopefully we will have a better day today with a full house. I have been talking to you and I have filed a complaint and with the DA and grand jury about the conflict of interest that one planning commission should recuse on the boulevard. It's nothing personal. I think I share the same feelings about the boulevard, but we have certain rules that we should adhere to. Let's see if this will work. Ventura had a problem. Yeah, it does. Traffic commissioner was, planning commissioner was not giving his salary, and he got rebuked. This is not right. The other thing that I would like to talk about is not a very pretty thing. It's cannibalism. It was first brought out about 15 years ago by Council Member Zena. And we are having an extension to a project in Newbury Park for the Seventh-day Adventist that's near the Target where Lowe's is supposed to go. It is unbelievable the kind of way the city still operates. You would think it was not 60 years old, but 6 months. There is a little itty-bitty sign that I had seen 2 months ago that said that there would be an extension granted if nobody complained. They want to have an addition. This project was approved in 2010, and all that is required for the developer is to just fill a form, give no reason, and they are granted 2 years. I filed the appeal, and it will be heard on this Thursday at 3 p.m. But nobody knows about it. We don't have a local newspaper. If you go on the calendar of the website for the city, you do not get the agenda. I still have not been given information about the agenda as to how it was approved. I talked to the planner this morning also. There's less than 2 days left. And you can go on the navigate the city's website, find the packet, and they say, staff says that it meets the general plan. It's hunky-dory. There's nothing wrong with it. Just makes me want to cry. We've had, for 15 years in Newbury Park, overdevelopment. I'm not one of those people, some are sitting here that call themselves slow growth. There's no such thing as a slow growth, but it should be smart growth, and we should look after our existing businesses and have new businesses that make sense. One of the businesses that will go into this center is another exercise studio, 24-hour fitness. There's one across the street, Fitness 19. There's one, I mean, they are everywhere. They've gone out of business. It is just crazy to build more when you already have businesses that are taking care of their customers. I took some pictures. COTV will show that. I didn't have time to make them pretty. That is the Fresh and Easy that is empty. It's unbelievable. I talked to now a council member and talked to him about Dollar Tree. He didn't even know that it existed in Newbury Park. But this planning commission, this city councilman did not know that. It's not a big thing, but right next to it, this is an unfinished stall for a store that has been there for 7 years. There's a pad right there. There's a pad right next door. There's a pad next to Kohl's. 15 years, they've not been able to build it. For God's sake, why don't we take care of our existing business and not build more unless we really need it? I have no problem with Lowe's. It would be a good competition, but to have 40,000 feet of square retail, once again, there's an administrative hearing on Thursday at 3 p.m. Very few people can come. If you can come, we would be delighted. Write to the city. I think Planning Commission, what's the address? Planners at city at toaks.org, right? That's the address? Planning Commission? Yeah, it's C. Pedroso. It's a little difficult. Pedroso. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. That concludes the public comments section of tonight's agenda. Next, we have the written comments, announcements, and continuances. Mr. Town, please.
Thank you. We have several items to mention. First of all, we had a supplemental packet for tonight's hearing go out last week, and it contains petitions with regard to agenda item 6C. That's the Oakmont Assisted Living Facility. And then we had a second supplemental today with information on the first case, the Verizon continuance, and also one additional comment letter with regard to the Oakmont Assisted Living. And I also just wanted to mention that Pete Trappell did give me a call about an hour ago, and he's going to be here, but he's running late. So we should see him during the meeting. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Town. Okay, next we have our Planning Commission public hearings. And we'll start with Case A. Madam Secretary, if you would please call the case into the record.
Hearing advertised as required by law. Actually, this is case 6B, correct? A?
6A.
Okay, all right. Regarding case 6A, SUP 2015-70421. Applicant, Verizon, request to allow the installation of a wireless communications facility at a water tank site. Location, 4990 Via El Cerro.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And I believe this has been continued. Mr. Town, can you give us some additional information, please?
Thank you. I'd be happy to. This case has been, a continuance of this case has been requested by the applicant, Verizon. This is for a wireless facility in the Dos Vientos Ranch area. In the packet, we had recommended that it be continued to a date uncertain, but received an email today from Verizon requesting that this case be continued to February 8th, 2016. Staff concurs with that request, and so that is what I am recommending at this time, that the Commission continue this hearing until February 8th, 2016. Thank you.
Commissioner Reynolds. Thank you. Any comments or concerns? If not, please vote.
Motion passed 4-0.
Thank you very much. And now, Madam Secretary, if you would call Case B, please.
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6B regarding case MCA 2015-70582. Applicant, City of Thousand Oaks. Request to amend the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code to establish zoning regulations for the cultivation, transportation, and dispensing of medical marijuana and/or prohibition of same. Location, citywide.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And this evening we actually have three staff assisting us. We've got Mr. Jeff Ware, our Code Compliance Manager, Police Chief Tim Hagel, and Senior Deputy Ed Beauvais. And I believe, Mr. Ware, you're going to get us started.
I will. And is this working? Are you guys good with that? All right, so at least I don't have to scream. Good evening, Chair Nichols and Commissioners. Tonight before you is MCA 2015-70582 regarding medical marijuana, and the applicant is the City of Thousand Oaks. Tonight, staff is requesting the Commission to provide a recommendation to the City Council regarding a proposed municipal code amendment to prohibit the cultivation, transportation, dispensing, and delivery of medical marijuana citywide. As a little bit of state history, the Compassionate Use Act was adopted in 1996 by a vote of the people. Basically, the Compassionate Use Act creates a legal defense for the possession of medical marijuana based on a physician's recommendation. The state followed that up because of some confusion with the Compassionate Use Act and adopted some amendments. The amendments basically were there to clarify the Compassionate Use Act. They basically clarified the associations of people related to medical marijuana, mostly involving co-ops and that type of cultivation. It created the system currently used for medical marijuana cards, and also defined the number of plants a patient or a caregiver could actually cultivate for the patient's use. Another subsequent state amendment basically decriminalized minor possessions of marijuana, making it basically an infraction to have less than an ounce, even for non-medically related consumption. This was followed up by the most recent legislation at the state level, which was the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, which was signed into law by the governor this year. And that's what we're mostly here for tonight. Basically, I'll use the act, so I don't have to go through the whole Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act. But the act basically established a comprehensive set of regulations on a statewide basis for really controlling the entire commercial medical marijuana industry. All right, from a Thousand Oaks perspective, the way Thousand Oaks has basically dealt with the commercial side of this is through our zoning ordinance, and basically commercial uses for medical marijuana are prohibited, and this is done through what's basically a permissive zoning principle. This is basically saying that if a use isn't listed within the code, either as a permitted use or a special use, that use is prohibited. And in this case, specifically to medical marijuana dispensaries. Case law has supported this permissive zoning theory, and specifically for the medical marijuana issues. If a person was to come in and want to change that law, they would have to file a municipal code amendment application, and that's basically the process the city has initiated here tonight, or has prior about the hearing tonight. They would basically request the establishment of a dispensary of some medical marijuana use. That would be sent to the city council, which would initiate that particular amendment. It would be referred here to the planning commission, as we're doing with this amendment, and the planning commission would render a recommendation back to the city council for another public hearing. Prior to this particular municipal code amendment, we had no formal applications that have been submitted to the city for a dispensary. Curiously enough, last week the city did receive one application, which has been returned to the applicant, as this process has already been initiated by the city. That applicant was advised they could come and speak under this item tonight, and then eventually again at the city council. All right, the act that was passed on state law is basically a compilation of 3 separate bills, which make up the Medical Marijuana Regulation Safety Act. The first is Assembly Bill 243, which basically created the structure for the regulation of medical marijuana cultivation. Assembly Bill 266 established a dual licensing procedure, both from the state and local jurisdictions. It acknowledges a local jurisdiction such as the city to use its land use laws to regulate medical marijuana. Basically, the way it's set up is the state, in their licensing procedure, will only accept an application if, in fact, that particular applicant has received local approval. So if they have not come to the city for local approval, and in some cases local jurisdiction will actually prohibit it, they cannot even make an application to the state for any type of commercial marijuana activities within that particular jurisdiction. Senate Bill 643 establishes criteria for the licensing of medical marijuana facilities and physicians, and also acknowledges a city's local taxing ability. All right, the act creates and establishes the Bureau of Medical Marijuana Regulation, or as it will be called, BUMMR, which oversees the process throughout the entire state. There are many, many state agencies that will be part of this regulation as far as this act, and it oversees a span of many different agencies and different facets of the medical marijuana industry. And basically, that bureau will be overseeing as kind of as a total of all the different pieces that came along with this licensing ability. Again, the big emphasis on this is that the Act acknowledges local land use controls. Therefore, the city has the ability to regulate issues regarding medical marijuana. And that is one of the big things, and particularly having the state acknowledge and accept a city's ability to do that through its police powers. One thing that the Act does not do, it does not regulate at all any regulation of recreational use of marijuana. This is only for medical marijuana. Simple possession of less than an ounce is still an infraction under state law, and unless you have that defense through the Compassionate Use Act, it still is a citable offense. It's very clear that federal law, no matter what the state has, federal law still considers marijuana a Schedule I drug, and it is illegal on all aspects, even on the medical front, according to the federal government. One aspect of the Act is that it set a deadline for local jurisdictions to have a law in effect specifically for the cultivation issue by March 1st, 2016. This particular timeline does not apply to other aspects of the Act, such as dispensaries, transportation, mobile deliveries. It's specifically to the cultivation issue. So if the city desired to prohibit that or regulate that in some way, it has to have a law in effect. That means the council would have had to adopt it, it had second reading, and the bill would become effective prior to March 1st, 2016. So this has basically caused, as this bill was kind of late in the year, this caused many jurisdictions, the Thousand Oaks concluded, to be going through this exercise of adopting regulations. So this is happening not only here in Thousand Oaks, but across our county, across our entire state. The table attached in attachment 2 and page 15 of the staff report basically shows some of the status of what people are doing in our nearby area as far as these regulations. A little update to that that occurred after printing of the staff report in the packet. The City of Simi Valley's Planning Commission has recommended adoption of additional regulations to the City Council, but in their particular recommendation to Council, it did exclude patients from cultivation, not caregivers, only patients. And under state law, that would allow a patient to cultivate approximately 100 square feet of area for their personal use. The County of Ventura is actually more in the beginning steps of this little exercise. And tomorrow, the staff report that goes to the county tomorrow is basically recommending the county move forward with regulating, and their at least initial take on it is to regulate only the commercial medical marijuana portions that would be under the Act. So it would exclude both patients and caregivers from at least their initial assessment that's going on at the county. This has not been heard by their Planning Commission or the board as of yet, so that's very preliminary. From the standpoint of Thousand Oaks, we're having this public hearing this evening, and the Planning Commission will hopefully make a recommendation to Council for some type of action, and that meeting in front of the City Council will be held on January 12th. Really, this amendment will prohibit all aspects of medical marijuana, including cultivation, transportation, dispensaries, and mobile delivery on a citywide basis. One exception for that's going to be simple transportation by a patient or a caregiver for a patient. So the patient would be able to transport from a dispensary for their personal use, as would a caregiver that was bringing marijuana from a facility outside the city to their particular patient. And it would prohibit a patient or a caregiver from cultivating on their own property or their property. The city could modify this in the future if we wanted to loosen the restrictions. That doesn't necessarily work in reverse. As the restrictions have to be in effect by March 1st, I think the state would look at a loosening of that restriction would fit into state guidelines. If we don't have a law in place for cultivation prior to March 1st, it will automatically default to whatever standards the state adopts for that particular activity, which would be cultivation. So it's believed that we could, if we wanted to, even after the March 1st deadline, loosen our restrictions, but it would be very unlikely that we could have looser restrictions and then go to a more restrictive ordinance. This is kind of self-acknowledged that this is a conservative approach to this, and one that is somewhat similar to other cities in our general area. Some important definitions in regard to what we're doing tonight. I'm not going through all of them, but some of the key ones is commercial cannabis activity, which is basically all the aspects related to commercial medical marijuana on a state basis, which was basically those things we talked about as far as cultivation, transportation, dispensaries, deliveries. Also on the state level, which really doesn't apply to us here at a local level, there'll be testing, quality testing standards that will be put in as far as the state is concerned. Cultivation is simply the planting, growing, harvesting, and drying of medical marijuana. Deliveries is a commercial transfer of medical marijuana, whether that be to a user or to a lab. And a dispensary is a facility where medical marijuana is made available or offered. This amendment will not result in a reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change to our environment and is therefore not defined as a project under CEQA. The recommendation tonight is that the Planning Commission approve a resolution recommending to the City Council adoption of MCA 2015-70582. Staff is available for questions, which include myself, Chief Hagel, Senior Deputy Bouvet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ware. Chief Hagel or Senior Deputy Bouvet, do you have some comments or just for questions? You're welcome to say a few words.
Just open questions that any of you might have. A lot of work has gone into this. It's important for both the citizens and any officials to realize that this is a statewide initiative. This isn't initiated by Thousand Oaks. Every city in California are basically rallying to enact and meet the governor's directive with the new law.
Thank you very much. Deputy Bouvet, anything to add or questions only? Okay. Well, thank you all for being here. Commissioner Reynolds, you have a question. Please go right ahead.
I just have one question. And you said that caregivers could transport. Let's say someone was stopped, a caregiver was stopped. What have regulations been set up, or are they listed that would show so that it could be proved that they were legitimately transporting it for a patient? Did I ask a hard question?
Yeah, you ask a really interesting question. Remember, this is still against the law federally.
Right.
So transportation along public highways gets to be a sticky subject as you speak about the federal government versus local municipal governments. People are still able, the card that they carry, they actually register with the County Emergency Services Agency in Ventura, and they actually get what's called a Prop 214 or 215 card. So they would go to their medical doctor, a licensed physician, which is regulated by the state, the type of physician. The doctor would give a recommendation. They can take that written recommendation to the county, to the EMS agency at the county, who will actually issue them identification card.
Okay, so they would give that card then to the caregiver to transport it to them.
I think one of the important things to realize, particularly when it comes into the Compassionate Use Act and what the Compassionate Use Act is that it created a criminal defense to a person who may be cited under regular laws. So even if a person couldn't prove sufficiently to the officer or deputy that was doing it on site, the Compassionate Use Act itself creates a defense to any criminal charges that may be brought to that person. That is how the Compassionate Use Act was written. It isn't an exemption, it isn't anything. It creates a defense for that person who may be cited. So if an officer did cite someone with reasonable belief, and they couldn't prove on site, that person would have a future legal defense to that particular charge that would have been filed against them. And I think that's the way it's kind of set up. So whether the officer has the ability to make it on site, that person has alternatives, and that's why the Compassionate Use Act is the way it is.
I think to add to that also is this is currently already going on under medical marijuana, and that these are when persons are stopped with that, these are citations, the equivalent of a traffic citation. So they're not sitting on the side of the freeway getting handcuffed and taken off into a paddy wagon. So this is a citation type issue, as Mr. Ware said, with the process, and that is common where that will happen, where someone forgets, doesn't have their card with them. Then it's just a simple procedure. They're issued a ticket and they present to the judge their documents, and oftentimes it's dealt with that way.
Okay. What about somebody in the car with them? Maybe I watch too much television and, so.
That's common where people will, you'll have multiple people in the car. There currently is no regulation that prohibits other people being with you. So we quite commonly in law enforcement come across people that have their Proposition 215 card, and they're usually very diligent for saying, I have marijuana in my possession and here's my card there. So the other persons in there are fine.
Okay, and I know we do have one location in Thousand Oaks. I drove by it today. In fact, it's up the street from me, where the cards are issued. There are some medical doctors, in fact, 3 of them in that office. And
yes, that is correct, and that is common in most cities across California where there are physicians.
But there's only another one in Ventura, I think, from the record or something, that I thought that there.
Correct.
There aren't that many in Ventura County, but there is one in Thousand Oaks.
Correct, and probably thousands in Los Angeles County.
Oh, really?
If not hundreds.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Newman.
Thank you, and good evening. I want to start with just disclosing an email exchange I had with Mr. Heer this past week in reading through the materials. Focusing specifically on the second clause in the proposed amendment. This is on page 10. And if I understood Mr. Heer correctly, he's saying this is essentially boilerplate that comes from the federal government. It makes a claim that marijuana has a, quote, high potential for abuse, including physical or psychological dependence. I'm well aware of lots and lots of clinical data supporting the claim of psychological dependence. I'd never heard of a claim of physical dependence, so I asked him about it. And if I just want to clarify that I understood Mr. Heer's response correctly. He said this is language from the federal government, and it's an or, not an and, so it's not necessarily claiming there is an issue of physical dependence, but the language is in the proposal because it comes from the federal government. Is that a correct interpretation of your comments?
Yes. Good evening, Commissioners and Chair. Mr. Newman is correct. We did have that exchange, and the quotation we have is actually from the Drug Enforcement Administration. They actually have various drugs that are listed. This one, I believe, is actually number 7360. And we are, in a sense, quoting the code or the DEA definition, and so that is an or. They have a list of drugs, obviously, that they're going to have hundreds and hundreds of them. So this is just one of those, and we took that exact definition from them.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. On that same topic, I had another ex parte communication with a friend who is a psychologist who works with patients who have had substance abuse issues, and he could not cite any studies that support a claim of physical dependence, although he said the research in this area is very shaky. So he said in his opinion, there is the potential for physical abuse, but that claim isn't well supported.
And again, Chair, for the public itself, this definition was put into this ordinance because we wanted to clarify for the federal government that they actually have listed this drug listed as a Schedule 1 drug. And so it's important that we put that into our staff report. It's important that we put that into our ordinance, that we're dealing both with state and federal issues in this for this matter. And so we wanted to make sure that that Schedule 1 drug was listed appropriately.
Thank you, Mr. Heer. I also want to thank Chief Hagel for answering my questions about the number of marijuana arrests in our city. And just to get this on the record, last year for possession, there were 88 arrests in our city for marijuana possession only. And to date this year, there have been 57 arrests. For sales of marijuana only, there were 18 last year and 14 to date this year. The interesting part was some additional data Chief Hagel provided, which are much larger numbers. And this is in cases of other kinds of narcotics, amphetamines or heroin or other drugs, where the arrestee was drug tested and had marijuana in their system. Those numbers are 332 for last year, 216 to date for this year. So much higher numbers than the marijuana only numbers, number one. So thank you again for providing that. I just a couple of follow-up questions. One on that larger number. The drug testing shows that the active ingredient in marijuana is in their bloodstream, in the arrestee's bloodstream rather. It does not necessarily mean they are under the influence at the time of arrest, or is that distinction made?
No, that is correct. You have it exact.
All right, thank you. The other question I want to pose is with regard to what's being prohibited here. There's the slide you had is very clear on cultivation prohibited, dispensaries prohibited, and so on. Is a dispensary construed solely as a commercial outlet, or is a doctor's office, which is also regulated in other ways, would that also be considered a dispensary?
I would say under current law, generally not, and definitely not under the Medical Marijuana Regulation Safety Act. One of the aspects of the act is that it almost sets up some barriers between licenses. Therefore, if you're licensed in one area, let's say Chief Hagel wanted to open up a dispensary, he would not be able to also get a license for cultivation. So the way the act is going to be designed is that it will split those particular licensed areas, so you cannot be licensed in any dual areas. So if you have a license in one, you wouldn't be able to get to the. There is some grandfathering of some existing areas where that might be under existing law, but as far as we move forward, that would not be allowed. So you wouldn't be able to be a physician, which will also be licensed under the act, who recommends medical marijuana to a patient. You would not therefore be able to also get a license as a dispensary.
I see, and that also would apply. I understand that's in the state rules, but that in the application before us, a physician who's recommending would not be able to dispense. Is that correct?
Correct. That would be.
What about the opposite situation? If physician A were to recommend, would physician B be prohibited from dispensing because dispensaries are prohibited?
Well, if the amendment moves forward as recommended, that would not be able to happen because the dispensaries would not be allowed within the city of Thousand Oaks.
Right.
If for some reason the commission wanted to change that recommendation and the city council adopted it, I don't believe that's a kind of odd question, but if physician A and B are connected somehow within the same practice, I don't believe even physician B would be able to dispense. And they would
I'm
definitely
asking
not,
the case where they're
and they definitely
not.
would not be able to under the same facility. It would have to be a separate facility.
Right. But in the case where these are two freestanding physicians' offices.
Yeah, like I said, at least my understanding of the state law is that if you are licensed as a physician who is doing medical marijuana recommendations, you would not be able to also obtain a license as a dispensary in any other way.
Understood. But if you were a physician who was not in that business, you also would be prohibited from dispensing marijuana because there's a ban on dispensaries.
If
that-
you were
is
a
that-
general practitioner that was unrelated to
That, yeah.
That's an interesting question. I would imagine being a physician that would not be licensed as a recommending physician for medical marijuana, if that person decided to be involved with a dispensary, I would think they probably could be licensed under state law. But then again, also in Thousand Oaks, if we prohibited it, it would have to be in another jurisdiction.
Well, that's really the specific question I'm asking is the proposal before us, which jurisdiction is Thousand Oaks.
Right.
I understand there's bars that keep people from doing cultivation and dispensing or something and something else. But if we're just talking about the freestanding act of dispensing in a medical office context, not a commercial storefront where it's retail essentially, but in the context of a doctor dispensing, my question is whether the proposed law would allow or prohibit that.
No.
It would not prohibit that.
It would not allow the
It would
doctor
not
to
allow
dispense.
that. I see.
Right.
Great.
If I'm hearing your question correctly. I think I am now.
I think you are too.
All right.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Any further questions over here? I just had one question or just a request for clarification. The topic seems to be commercial medical marijuana. Now, is there a distinction between commercial marijuana, medical marijuana, and commercial medical marijuana? Are we talking like, is this just, I'm a little confused here. And then I saw recreation.
You're paying
in there, which
attention.
Right.
So-
I think from the standpoint of, let's just work it from commercial versus general medical marijuana. From a commercial medical marijuana standpoint, that would be things that would be currently within the act that has been adopted under state law, the things that the state would be regulating as far as dispensaries, physicians, cultivators, transporters, lab testers, all those things. That would all be bundled into what commercial medical marijuana. What would not be commercial medical marijuana would be a qualified patient or a caregiver cultivating for either the caregiver's patients or for, in the case of the patient, for themselves. That would not necessarily be considered commercial, as long as they aren't providing that medical marijuana to other people. It would be for their sole use. That would not be considered medical marijuana from a commercial standpoint. It would be considered medical marijuana, and our ordinance that is being proposed tonight would go beyond the commercial medical marijuana label and also regulate the caregiver and the qualified patients, which is allowed. And so we would be regulating both the commercial medical marijuana aspect and also the non-commercial as far as it relates to the qualified patients or the primary caregiver, excluding the possession and basically just possession from outside sources that would be otherwise obtained legally through a dispensary, maybe in the valley or other places that would have a legal dispensary. So yeah, there are two aspects, and the proposed ordinance tonight would regulate both those aspects.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. However, we are not talking about recreational. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We are the recreational marijuana use, absent a doctor's recommendation, is still against the law. It's an infraction if it's less than an ounce. There are no acceptable, at least under current law, recreational uses in the state of California.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. Any further questions? Okay. I have no public speaker cards on this topic, and since we have no applicant, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Okay. And so we're open for discussion or a motion. Commissioner Newman.
Before we move up or down on this, I just want to make a couple of comments on the proposal. I have mixed feelings about this. I'm opposed to commercial dispensaries. I think they're mostly a sham. At least anecdotally, I've heard a lot of evidence that they're used for mostly for recreational use and very little for legitimate medical purposes. On the other hand, I know personally people who have derived some benefit from legitimate medical use. There are a number of MS patients in our community who have less pain because they use medical marijuana. Glaucoma patients, same thing. And it's a hardship for them to have to leave our area to places, to go to places where they can legitimately get medical marijuana, and there are the transport issues that we've discussed in doing that. So I don't know what changes would be required to the proposal to allow a dispensing in a medical context, and this is why I was asking these questions about doing this. I would be able to support that. I'm very leery of voting against, or voting for rather, what's on here now, in part because of, I have a larger objection to the war on drugs. I think it's been a colossal waste and generally a failure and the cause of a lot of other criminality. And I'm reluctant to support that, but I would be willing to support a very restricted, narrow, targeted dispensing in a purely medical context. So if we were able to craft language that would change this proposal to that context, I'd be able to support it. If not, I don't think I could. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you. I have no problem with making a motion.
Okay.
And I move that the Planning Commission recommend to the City Council to approve Municipal Code Amendment MCA 2015-70582 as shown in the attached draft ordinance, which in our packet was attachment 1, and based on the findings in the packet. I have sympathy for people that, and I know of people that use it through a vaporizer or in other ways, but I just, with good conscience, cannot approve the dispensing of it in the city of Thousand Oaks that I live in and I truly love. I think all of it's gotten out of hand. I think even issuing cards, when I hear that young people received a card because they get migraines and for other, to me, even though I understand migraines are bad, ridiculous reasons, I think that process is already abused, and I think dispensaries, it would be abused too. So I'm sorry. That's my recommendation.
Thank you. Any further comments? Mr. Turpel.
Yes, and I apologize for being late this evening. Unlike the city of Thousand Oaks, Los Angeles has more cars than we do. So in any event, I'm going to support the motion. I like the conservative approach that staff has taken to deal with this, and I think in the future, things can change depending how times change. So I'm going to support the motion. I think it makes a lot of sense, and gentlemen, you did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turpel. Any further comments? Okay. If that's it, then please vote. We have a motion on the floor.
Motion passed 4-1 with Commissioner Newman opposed.
Thank you. Now what I'd like to do is I'm going to have the next case called, and then we're going to take a quick break, and I'll explain that in just a minute. So Madam Secretary, if you could please call the case, and then I have a few comments to make.
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6C regarding case Z 2014-70551, SUP 2014-70552, PMW 2014-70553, and OTP 2014-70554. Applicant Oakmont Senior Living. Request to adopt a mitigated negative declaration, allow a zone change from rural exclusive 1 acre to public, quasi-public, and institutional lands and facilities zone involving 4.87 acres. Merge 2 lots into one, remove 6 oak trees and encroach into the protected zone of 1 oak tree, and construct an 89-bed, 79 units assisted living facility. Location 400 East Rolling Oaks Drive.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Just wanted to explain, thank you all for coming tonight and being a part of this case tonight. I know there's been feelings on both sides. Just to clarify what I'm trying to do here is in our packet we have a couple of petitions, actually several petitions, both in favor and opposed to this particular project. And it's about equally distributed, but all told there's several hundred people that have signed petitions. Now this evening I have somewhere between 20 and 30 speaker cards. Kind of lost count after a while, they just kept coming. Since we're beyond our 16 max, that gives everybody 2 minutes to speak. Now, I presume there's been somewhat of an organized effort here because this has been going on for many, many months. So what I'd like to do is going to take a short break, and then if both of you parties want to get together, if you wanted to perhaps make sure you're organized and coordinated, if you want to perhaps have some lead speakers, perhaps, or something, I'll leave that up to you. I'm not going to tell you to do one thing or another. I'm just going to say that if we're going to take it this way, we will give our applicant 15 minutes, and then all of you are welcome to speak your 2 minutes. But if you did want to have a focal person to kind of take the lead, you're welcome to do that too, and then you can just let me know what you prefer to do. So, that being said, we're going to take a short break. Excuse me. 3 minutes? Oh, I'm sorry, 3 minutes each. Okay. So that being said, we're going to take a short break. You can kind of get together again, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you. We are back and ready to resume Case C. We've had it introduced, and now we're going to proceed to the staff report. This evening we have several staff, Ms. Pam Leopold, Senior Planner, John Innes, City Oak Tree Consultant, Rick Burgess, Environmental Planner, Jim Taylor, Civil Engineer, Kathy Lowry, Associate Engineer, and Larry Williams, Fire Prevention Supervisor. And I believe Ms. Leopold is going to lead us off.
Thank you, Chair Nichols. This evening, the request is to construct an assisted living facility project. First of the requests is to approve a mitigated negative declaration, which is the environmental document, rezone 4.87 acres from RE 1 acre minimum to PL zone, construct a 2-story, 89-bed assisted living facility, to remove 6 oak trees, including encroachment into 1 oak tree, and merge 2 lots of record into 1 lot. This aerial shows the project site. Essentially, the existing daycare facility is located on the site. And the frontage road, of course, is Rolling Oaks Drive, and there's also Los Padres Drive. This is a view from Rolling Oaks Drive of the existing daycare facility. The background of this project consists of in 1972, the Planning Commission approved the daycare facility. It's currently called the Young Set Club. In November of 2014, the applicant submitted a zone change and associated entitlements. In February 2015, City Council approved concurrent processing request. And of course, on June 2015 of this year, the Planning Commission initially started to hear the case, and it was continued to a date uncertain. The mitigated negative declaration, which is the environmental document, the first draft was circulated May 26th to June 15th of this year. There was a revised draft mitigated negative declaration circulated October 8th to the 29th. And the final MND includes public comments on both drafts and staff responses. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the final mitigated negative declaration to the City Council. The zone change request, the current zoning is RE1 acre minimum lot size. Proposed zoning is PL, which stands for public, quasi-public, and institutional lands and facilities. And assisted living facilities are permitted in the PL zone with a special use permit. The special use permit request is to construct a 79-unit, 89-bed assisted living facility. 23 of those 79 units will be used for memory care. It's a 2-story building. The site plan features building coverage is 19%, 25% is allowed for this PL zone. There is an interior landscape courtyard, 23 parking spaces are required, and 44 parking spaces are provided. There's an accessible path of travel around the building and additional landscaping on the east side of the property and along the public streets, Los Padres Drive and Rolling Oaks Drive. This is a site plan showing the proposed facility, the interior landscape courtyard, and you have additional landscaping on the east side as well as along Rolling Oaks Drive and Los Padres Drive. The rear portion of the property is currently open space area, and it will remain as such. The building design features a contemporary Mediterranean architecture, and there are earth tone colors and materials used in the construction. The average building height is 22.5 feet with a 35-foot high tower element. These are the elevations for the proposed building. You have the front elevation with a porticosure that's a covered entry to allow for easy pickup drop-off. A patio area that's outdoors for dining. And essentially this is a blow-up of the front of the building there. And you have the 35-foot high tower for architectural interest. The south elevation is the rear of the building. It's shown on the top. The middle elevation is the east elevation. It's shown towards the 25-foot wide Edison easement, which runs along the east side. And the west elevation is along Los Padres Drive. The parcel map waiver request is to merge 2 existing lots. The 0.21 acres is a remnant road easement lot. It's in the front along Los Robles towards the east side. And the 4.66 acre lot is the principal lot with the daycare center existing for a total of 4.87 acres. The oak tree permit, essentially there are 8 on-site oak trees that are going to be protected in place. 1 encroachment of an oak tree is an existing street tree, and 6 oak trees are to be removed. These oak trees have been pruned into a hedge area in the front towards the parking lot, the existing parking lot. The city's oak tree consultant has determined that these trees would not regain their natural structure if retained, and there are to be 18 replacement oak trees to be planted on site in order to replace the 6 oak trees that are being removed. This photo shows the 6 oak trees that are part of the existing hedge. This is a view from Rolling Oaks Drive and Los Padres Drive on a rendering of the existing, or of the proposed assisted living facility. This view is from Los Padres Drive, looking north towards the proposed assisted living facility. And this view is looking west from Rimrock Road of the existing daycare center site. This view is a rendering showing looking west from that same vantage point from Rimrock Road with landscaping. This photo shows the existing view looking northwest from Rimrock Road of the daycare center. And this rendering is looking northwest from Rimrock Road with the proposed assisted living facility and the landscaping. Staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the environmental document, mitigated negative declaration number 2014-70678, the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and the following entitlements to the City Council. Pursuant to the findings, subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report, including the zone change, the special use permit, the parcel map waiver, and the oak tree permit. This concludes staff's report. Staff is available for any questions. We also have this evening from Fire Department, we have Division Chief Smith and Fire Prevention Supervisor Williams, Senior Deputy Bouvet from the Police Department. We also have the city's oak tree consultant, John Ennis, and we have Senior Planner Rick Burgess for the environmental document, and Public Works Department also.
Thank you, Ms. Leopold, and thank you all the staff that are being here tonight. I know it takes time to be here, so hopefully we'll put you to good use. With that, questions of staff? Commissioner Newman.
Good evening, Ms. Leopold, and thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there other applications pending, or has the city looked at other locations through the city for assisted living?
There are other applications, yes, that we are processing at this time for assisted living facilities.
Are you able to give details on what number of beds, and not necessarily specific addresses, but the general areas where those applications are?
For this particular area on the south side, no, there are no other applications. On the north side of the 101, further to the west, there are, I believe there is one application pending.
Okay.
But I do not know the unit count. Perhaps our deputy director may offer that information.
Mr. Town?
Just to answer that specific question, we do have another assisted living facility proposed on McLeod, and that is proposed to have 155 beds near 401, 403 Hillcrest on the west side. That's the only other case that is in the review process. As the commission is aware, there's an approved project, an assisted living project at the end of Grande Vista, the Sage Mountain project, and that has been approved for a 130-bed facility.
Thank you, Mr. Town.
Thank you. The footprint proposed here is a big increase. It's more than a 10 times increase from about 7,400 square feet now to more than 75,000 square feet. I know there's other cases like residential improvements automatically come before us when they exceed a certain percentage gain. Is there any other kind of restriction when so big a change is made on a property?
I'd like to clarify that the 75,000, that's actually the total square footage. The footprint certainly would be half that. So the coverage is 19% as opposed to the maximum 25%.
Okay, so it's covering the whole lot.
I'm sorry.
75,000 is the lot, not the building. I thought it was the building.
It's 75,000 is the building square footage.
Right.
75,000.
So my question is, when there's a 10x increase like is being proposed here, are there any special rules that come into play when there's so big a change from the existing to the proposed development?
Well, essentially, as long as the proposed facility complies with the PL zoning standards, that is what we're evaluating technically for the site.
So as long as it's compliant with zoning laws, city code, there's no limit on the size of the development as long as it meets code.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing you this evening.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
A little bit, yes.
All right. So as long as an application is up to code, as long as all the requirements are met, there's no size limit or change in size limit or anything like that. Is that correct?
That is correct. As I mentioned, the PL zone requires certain standards, and we've evaluated the project for those particular standards with regard to height, setbacks, parking standards, of course, with regard to the requested use, and landscaping standards.
Okay. A public safety question. The application states that the night staff will be 3 persons full-time. And my question is whether 3 persons are sufficient to evacuate the premises in the case of a fire or earthquake or other emergency.
That's certainly a question for the applicant due to their experience with regard to how their evacuation plan is going to be enacted upon. So you may want to discuss that or question the applicant with regard to that concern.
Thank you, I will. But from the standpoint of city staff, of fire or other public safety officials, that 3-person, 90-person is okay. There's no objection to that. Is that correct?
A lot of times the fire department will require that they shelter in place, but fire prevention specialist Williams is here, and he can perhaps address that in more depth.
Okay, thank you.
In regards to required staffing, we have no regulations on that. That is set by the state licensing, social services, which this facility will be licensed under. There are certain requirements that they have to maintain based on the type of facility and the type of clients that they have there. For assisted care facilities, they're usually mostly self-sufficient. They're there getting limited assistance and personal care. It's not like a skilled nursing hospital type environment. That's completely separate type of occupancy.
Okay, so there's no legal minimum number of persons, and the way that people are evacuated or sheltered in place in emergency, that's really up to the people running the facility. Is that it?
There may be staffing requirements, but again, that's from social services and licensing. That's nothing the fire department would require or monitor. It's done through that licensing. They're required to have fire safety plans, evacuation plans for the facility that are already in place to allow for appropriate evacuation should one be necessary.
Okay, thank you. The brochure that the applicant circulated to neighbors promised, quote, or described the project as, quote, luxurious comfort. And to that end, there are artist renditions that feature a Mercedes AMG and a Porsche 911 Turbo S, which are luxurious cars by anyone's definition. And my question is whether, with regard to assisted living facilities, the city places any requirements for people who don't drive Mercedes AMGs or Porsches, for the rest of us, or for people who are of limited means. Are there any affordable housing or similar kinds of requirements for assisted living facilities?
I'm not sure I understand your question because I heard parts of it. But you asked about vehicles associated with the services for the assisted living?
I'm saying that part of the sales pitch here was luxury.
Yes.
With luxury automobiles used in support of that claim. And my question is whether assisted living facilities have a requirement from the city to provide housing that is not luxury, for lower income or for middle income, not just luxury outlets, but for other persons who don't drive Mercedes or Porsches.
It truly depends upon, I think, the type of income that one has. There are programs such as Medicaid that will provide the same type of service with regard to assisted living or memory care as those that do have the financial capabilities.
Understood, but my question is whether the city imposes any kind of requirements for this percentage of beds needs to be middle income or this percentage of beds needs to be for lower income. Is there anything like that with regard to assisted living facilities?
No.
Okay.
No.
Mr. Town, did you want to weigh in on that, please?
Well, just to concur with Ms. Leopold, there are no city requirements for essentially affordable assisted living that's comparable to affordable housing, where there's a certain percentage or an in lieu fee theoretically for non-residential. We don't have that in the city.
Okay.
Thank you.
The final point I have is just it's maybe just legal boilerplate. Sorry, I shouldn't say just. It's important. But there are in the conditions there are 3 indemnification conditions. Condition 8, Condition 189, and Condition 196. The language is virtually identical in all 3. I understand there are multiple parts to this application, and maybe it's necessary to have the overlap, and maybe it's not. But I wanted to ask why the same language was repeated 3 times. This is on pages 40, page 78, and page 79.
Perhaps I can go ahead and just comment on this. You're correct, Commissioner Newman. They are the same conditions, but condition number 8 refers to the special use permit. Condition number 189 refers to the parcel map waiver, and condition 196 refers to the Oak Tree permit, and we're obligated to impose those on each of the
So there is a
relevant
requirement to have an indemnification
for
in
each one of the applications.
Okay, thanks. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Questions? Mr. Alexander.
Thank you. Ms. Leopold, we talked the other day about the uses for this project, and during the course of the conversation, you indicated that this facility would be for assisted living as well as memory care. On page 30 of the staff report, the comment is made that a wide range of preferences and needs can be accommodated, including social activities for residents who are independent, care services for residents who need assistance with activities of daily living, and more intensive care services for those who require memory care. So, and within the application and the documents from the applicant, they use the terms assisted living and memory care. So I need to understand, is this a facility that will be utilized for 3 different levels of care, the independent, the assisted, and the memory care, or is it just assisted and memory care?
This particular facility is as we stated in the report, it's a RCFE, which is essentially for assisted living and for memory care. It does not have independent living associated with it. Independent living would be associated more with the Reserve at Thousand Oaks or with University Village, which offers ranges of 3 different types of living: the independent, the assisted, and the memory care. With regard to University Village, it also has skilled nursing, which we sort of lump in with the assisted living. But essentially, this facility will only have the two types of care options, which would be the memory care and the assisted living.
Okay, based on that, have you had any conversations with the applicant relative to the exclusion of customer vehicles as on-site?
They have advised that they would be working with the residents to minimize the number of vehicles associated with the residents. I would probably refer to the applicant to give you a little bit more information on that. I did check with Belmont Village, which is very similar and with the assisted living and memory care. They have approximately 10 vehicles that are associated with the residents for that facility.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have some questions relative to the EIR, but is this the wrong time to have that?
No, you're welcome to ask those questions as well.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Within the staff report and the EIR, there's a discussion of replacement of trees on a 3-to-1 basis, and I didn't see, and perhaps I just missed, the requirement for the monitoring, and I think we discussed this the other day, that there would be monitoring and replacement as necessary, similar to the conversation we had up on the Warwick property. Is that requirement included within the package somewhere? And then independent of that question, again, we talked about the haul routes for the removal of the dirt, and the way I read it, that determination has been left to a later date, but considering the lack of parking and the close proximity to the residents, as well as the businesses across the way, would it be unreasonable for us to pick a haul route tonight so that moving forward the public would know what they're dealing with? And then last, the construction parking doesn't seem to be
We've got 2 years.
addressed particularly well, considering the lack of parking on the street right now with both the residents as well as the business across the way, Surgery Center. Essentially, right now there is no parking on the street, and in fact, some of the Surgery Center people are parking in the parking lot for the Youngset Club. So, could we address that issue in such a way that, assuming we move forward with this, the requirement would be in place for all construction vehicles and traffic to constantly be on site throughout the construction? And I think that's it for now.
Did you want to answer that?
Thank you. Further comments, questions?
In terms of the hall room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or do we have answers for Mr. Alexander?
Yeah, well, Mr. Alexander is, on the M&D, there isn't an EIR on this. It's a negative deck. But there's a letter in the final, that from the Oak Tree Group, the Caneo Oak, and their response is the city's response is number 109, and in that it says that they be monitored for 5 years in the city's response to their letter.
Mr. Burgess, did you have something to add for us?
Yes, I did. Actually, that is somewhat erroneous. It is 2 years. And that was an unfortunate little blip there. There is a condition relating to that, and it's condition 209, and basically it indicates that they will be monitored for 2 years. In looking at this issue, it doesn't seem like 5 years is even necessary. Generally, within 1 year, you know what an oak tree is going to do, and after 2 years, you're pretty sure. 5 years is probably not necessary. John Innes can discuss that further if need be. Let me see. What was the other issue?
The haul route location?
Yeah, I think Ms. Lowry is going to address the haul route.
Good evening. The haul route is usually determined, actually it's always determined at the time of issuance of grading permit, which could be many, many years out, depending on how the project moves forward. And at that time, we look at where they're going to be taking the dirt to. And it could be just down the street. It could be down in Los Angeles. It could be up in Ventura. It could be in Moore Park. So the applicant tells us where they're taking the dirt to, and that's when we review what's the best route to take the dirt. We don't allow exporting of dirt during peak hours. So they can't leave the site. Trucks aren't leaving the site till after 8:30 in the morning because they can't be using the interchanges during peak hour, and also any time in the evening. Usually their last trips of the day are around 3 to 3:30, because then where they're taking the dirt to is usually closed by the time they get there. They have to get there like mid-afternoon. So it's all determined at a later date, because there's a lot of questions that aren't determined, that we won't know the answers till then. An important thing to keep in mind, we wouldn't encourage the haul route to be exclusively down Holland Drive towards Rancho Road, because that is a hospital area. There's a lot of pedestrians. There's a lot of medical patients in that area, and you wouldn't want trucks going through the roundabout in that area unless there was a really necessary reason that I would have to do that. So again, we would look at it at the time of the issuance of the grading permit and determine it at that time. Yes?
Mr. Reynolds?
And don't they always have a meeting with the residents before the grading too?
Yeah, there's a pre-grading meeting to inform the residents of their anticipated construction time and when their construction hours are anticipated to be done. They notice all the neighbors, and they have a pre-grading meeting within the neighborhood.
Thank you. And then the final question was regarding construction parking options and perhaps restricting it on site. Has that been discussed, or is that an option?
Well, yeah, that is a mitigation measure and a condition. Basically, the all grading and construction equipment be kept near or on the site until that phase of activity is over. And that's condition 64I on page 51 of the packet, I'm sorry. It's also included in the MND.
Just a point of clarification, it refers to all grading and construction equipment as personal vehicles commuting to the site of construction workers considered within that realm of construction equipment?
We could certainly add that. I don't think it is, actually. This is a condition that the APCD wanted us to include, and so we included it. But they didn't, they didn't go that far, so we can go that far if you wish.
Okay. Please, go ahead.
64I is, the way I read this, specific to the demolition and construction grading. And based on the lack of parking on the roads, I would think we ought to be more specific about the entire time of construction and the entirety of vehicles that will be involved in the construction, so that they are all on site. And it's fairly easy to do based on the construction that I see. There's going to be a fair amount of flat spot. It just requires that they do a little more prep on the front end of grading that allows all the construction people to be off the road, because there is no road parking. And at this point, I don't know whether I should be making the statement or not, but I think it makes sense to address it now, so we don't have the contest later.
We could probably have the applicant's construction engineer discuss that issue.
Thank you. Further questions before I weigh in here? Okay, well, let me ask a couple, and then if that prompts others, we can move forward. Ms. Leopold, condition number 58 on page 25 or 49 of the packet refers to a linkage fee. Can you describe what a linkage fee is?
That's a very good question. My understanding is that it's an impact fee, and the current code section that it's referred to, the linkage fee for this type of institutional project is not set at this time. It's 0. So essentially, it's up to the council to determine that fee and when they want to enact upon it.
And is that something that's determined on a project-by-project basis, or is that like something that's driven by future policy? Mr. Town, did you have something to add for us?
If I could, the non-residential linkage fee is basically a fee that's assessed, as it sounds, on all non-residential projects. And those funds, the intent is that they be used to help provide affordable housing on the theory that commercial projects, institutional projects, et cetera, of a non-residential nature still generate the need for a variety of housing types, including lower income. And so that is part of our code. It's under the Affordable Housing Ordinance. Right now, the City Council has set those fees at 0.
Okay.
But those fees are assessed at the time that a building permit is actually issued for the project. So we include it here because the fee that's applicable is at that point in time, not tonight.
I see.
And if theoretically the council wished to re-implement those fees next month, then that would be applicable if they pulled their building permit when they were still in effect. So that's a citywide issue. It doesn't affect any particular project like this. It affects all non-residential projects.
Okay, thank you. Then a question regarding attachment 1 on page 83 of the packet. And this is referring to a report to City Council back in February of 2015. Final paragraph refers to the background, and the statement there is, this is referring to the current general plan. It says that it's designated, this area is designated as very low density residential, 0 to 2 dwelling units per net acre in the land use element of the general plan. The use of a proposed assisted living facility is consistent with this land use designation. So I just wanted to clarify that while we are looking at a zoning change here, it's still consistent with the general plan. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Essentially, in our findings, we did address that it is a very low density, 0 to 2 dwelling units per net acre general plan land use designation currently. And it's the zone changes is somewhat consistent with previous assisted living projects. There have been others that have been zoned with the same current zoning that have been requested to be rezoned to the PL zone for assisted living.
And am I remembering correctly that our general plan is basically for this area remained unchanged since 1960-something, 1970? Is that correct?
That's probably true.
Okay, all right. That was the only questions I had for staff. Is there any other further questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
I wanted to ask about, I noticed that there's a pet area that was noted. And so I assumed that some of the residents would have pets. Thought I saw on one of these that it said pet area.
It was, yes, it was possibly in the rear of the building or off to the side there. There is a small area where residents can walk their pets.
Okay, so it is for the residents that have pets, but I would assume that those in the memory unit, excuse me, would not have pets because that's more of a secure area. So, but the residents would be allowed to have pets then?
That's correct.
Okay.
As my understanding is, and we can certainly discuss that with the developer.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you, and I apologize, I can't read my own notes. Two other issues. First off, the second parcel, the smaller of the two that is to be combined, it is, I understand it, is an easement for a road that would in theory connect to the end of Rancho or someplace to the east. And I would think it makes some sense to include in our conversation and any approval we might make that moving forward, the road designation would be eliminated, and as part of a future general plan amendment that it be eliminated as a road easement. And I think it's a technical issue, but what it does is it eliminates the conversation long term of whether we're going to utilize that. And then second, the way I read the brush clearance requirements, the requirements are all based on distance from the building. And my question is, does it make any sense, considering that Casca is essentially the owner to the south, that the fuel mod area includes something within the Casca area so that there is not an additional expense long-term from the standpoint of the city? And I understand that the distances probably don't apply, but what I do know is that if a fire comes over that hill with the right kind of drive, it will be exciting, to say the least, to be on that property. And I would think that if the Casca property could be included in a fuel clearance area, that might be an additional benefit to the residents there as well as the residents in the general vicinity. So I just wondered what your thoughts were on that. Thank you.
Actually, I think the staff can clarify me, and perhaps Mr. Williams could do this. I believe that it's a clearance from the developable pad and not from the structures. You have some clarification for us as far as the brush clearance distance and location. Is it from structures or from the developable pad? Because that's often common language that we use here.
Chair Nichols, my understanding is it's from the structures, and in this case, there is a 100-foot brush clearance that's entirely on the property of the proposed assisted living facility, and therefore an easement from Casca is not required.
Okay.
There are Casca conditions, and trying to find them here real quick for you. They're on page 77 of your packet, page 53 of the staff report, beginning with condition 182. And then condition 184 addresses deed restriction to avoid off-site brush clearance.
Thank you. And I think Mr. Alexander also had a question about omitting the easement rather than just adjoining the properties. Is that addressed? I don't remember seeing that. Or is it necessary?
The 0.21 acre parcel is part of a remnant of a road easement that was originally envisioned at one time for Rolling Oaks to connect. And by merging that in with the parcel, the larger parcel, the 4.66 acre parcel, there's certainly no need to look at that road easement for that purpose anymore. However, the general plan land use map does show a connection, which essentially was previously enacted with the construction of Holland Drive. And so the extension of Rolling Oaks Drive would not be practical.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Town?
Just to follow up Ms. Leopold's comments, as she indicated, when Holland Drive was constructed between Rancho Road and Rolling Oaks, the intent of that was to basically eliminate the need to extend Rolling Oaks. But Rolling Oaks, its extension is still shown on the circulation element of the general plan, the map that shows our road network, and it's the same exhibit that shows land uses, commercial, industrial, institutional. So I just mentioned that because apart from this project per se if the commission wished to make a recommendation to City Council as part of your recommendation tonight to consider a general plan amendment to modify the circulation element to eliminate that. Honestly, I think it's just a formality, but you're certainly it's certainly appropriate for the commission to make that kind of a recommendation, and then to basically clean that up in the circulation element.
Thank you, Mr. Town. Commissioners, any further questions of staff? Okay, in that case, we are going to move into the public comment section, or the public speaker section, I should say. Just for clarification, I have a group of cards here from our design team, which will be headed up by Mr. Bill Mabry. They'll be the first to speak, and they'll have 15 minutes to give their presentation. And I believe a number of them are just available for questions only. And then, as I mentioned before, I have, somewhere between, I guess around 30 cards or so, 30 speakers. And then I also have about 40 written statement cards, which I will just be passing back and forth for the commissioners to review. So we do have a little bit of input here. We appreciate all that, each and every one. So I'd asked if there was any attempt or desire to coordinate. If so, great. If not, we'll just give everybody 3 minutes and move ahead. I did have to get one card that they were going to give their 3 minutes to an additional speaker, which we can certainly do that as well. So I'm going to go ahead and move forward with the design team and ask Mr. Bill Mabry to come forward. And you will have 15 minutes, and if you want to take it all yourself, you're welcome to. If you want to invite your design team associates to share in that, is certainly up to you. And if you just want them for questions only, that's fine. But welcome. Please state your name and city of residence for the record, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Mabry. I'm Oakmont Senior Living, located in Windsor, California. I just want to say good evening, Chair Nichols and members of the commission. I was going to ask Pam if we did have some presentation information set up, and I don't know, how do I click through this, Pam? I have to come back there and do it? Maybe Hannah could go back and just maybe click them as I ask for them, maybe? Yeah. You know, with me this evening, as I had mentioned, we do have our project team, and I just kind of like to introduce you to them. Hannah Darty, our project manager, is over here, is going to help me move through these slides. Pete Wirtz, our landscape architect, is here, and John Oblinger, the arborist for the project, is also with us this evening. Greg Wonke, our building designer, Carolyn Cole from Crane Transportation, and Paul Barthlow, our civil engineer, along with Jason Brandman, our environmental consultant. So hopefully we've gathered a big enough team to take care of all your questions this evening. I hope to do that. Over the last year, we've worked very closely with staff. We've gone through the design process to bring forward this building and project before you this evening. We've reviewed all the city's list of conditions and have worked back and forth with the different departments and with great success. And we will be more than happy to accept these conditions and build the project to these conditions. And I think we'll be having some others, I think, this evening that we may be discussing a little bit later. Oakmont Senior Living, I know there's a lot of us to speak here. You know a little bit about us, but we've been doing assisted living projects for the last 20 years. We've built over 40 senior communities within the state of California. And within our industry, we kind of separate ourselves a little bit from our other friends in our industry because we are actually the designers, we're the builders, and we're also the operators, and we retain ownership of our product. So when we come here, we really are bringing our business to the city of Thousand Oaks, and we look forward to that opportunity. We did, when we first started, we moved forward and did we did 3 separate neighborhood meetings. We did a neighborhood meeting. Hannah has the map up here for us here for the second one. We did our first neighborhood meeting that was held in an office across the street from the site. We thought that would be very convenient for people to, experience the property and the site there. We realized very quickly that our area that was required for us to reach out to wasn't nearly large enough. So we put on a second meeting, and we took in the area from the Los Robles Green Golf Course all the way to include our neighbors over at the county from Rimrock to Highway 101. We sent out over 1,000 invitations to that meeting, and we held that at the golf course. We had a very successful meeting. There were, a number of people there in support. There were a number of people there that are opposed and had many questions about our project. I have to say that everyone handled themselves very, very nicely. We had a nice meeting. We kind of agreed to disagree, but I believe at the end of the day it was fairly pleasant. We had a third meeting that we did later at a neighbor's home. We had people in favor and some people in opposition at that meeting as kind of a follow-up to the meeting we had at the golf course. That being said, we did some changes. We worked with Pam on additional landscaping, changing some elements within the project to think we kind of enhance that. I just like to kind of walk you through. I know Pam showed them already, but I think Hannah, if you want to just go ahead and go through. This is, as we know, this is actually a view. The company that does our renderings and things for us locally actually took our building and dropped it into photographs, and that really helps a lot. This particular view is from the hospital's parking lot looking back towards our project. Let's go ahead and go through these. I know you've seen these before. This is obviously at the corner. We just go ahead and move through, Hannah. This is the additional landscaping that we worked with staff on to increase the screening along that side of the building. Go ahead. This is just some of the things that we really haven't shown or hasn't had anything to see is kind of what goes on inside of our buildings. And I just chose a few photographs that we just kind of would want to go through. One of the things I just wanted to mention, initially we showed a car out front, and we do supply transportation to our residents. We have a concierge in our lobby. As we have a concierge section there in the lobby for people for shopping, for doctor's appointments, for all kinds of different uses. We also have a small van for transporting larger numbers of residents, but it is nice when you can kind of have that personal relationship with the residents and being able to take them individually in a vehicle, and that obviously keeps down any need for any residents to really have vehicles on site. This is going to be our just kind of another view of kind of another section of the lobby. Go ahead. This is a shot of our outdoor dining. When the weather's nice, and especially here in Southern California, we try to incorporate the small outdoor dining facility for the residents. This is a private dine where residents can have friends or family over for special events or birthdays and things. This is a photograph of one of the interiors of one of the one-bedroom units. This is the bedroom for that. Let's go ahead. Now, we do have a wellness center inside the building, which we have a licensed nurse on staff for, I think it's for 2 full shifts. We're looking at about 16 to 18 hours a day where our residents can do that. We also have a concierge doctor service that comes in and works with our residents if, in fact, they have problems getting to their own doctor. A lot of times it's just, getting out can be quite an event, so trying to have that opportunity at certain times of the month that is quite helpful. Go ahead. We have a little massage therapy area that's connected to the next shot, which is our hydro tub area where residents can bathe and have an entry into this piece of equipment where the actual doors open and fill, so people can actually enjoy having a bath without having to struggle getting in and out of the tub. Go ahead. This is a movie theater. Depending on the project, kind of determines the size, but we have a very nice theater we try to keep inside of our projects. It's a little exercise room that we have. This is a reading room, card room. It's used for a number of things. Small lectures when people come to visit. Put on small events. Here we have a computer room for our residents where we have classes and they have access to the internet, and also have a business office and usually a library is formed along with this, and a lot of times the residents kind of get involved in forming that library themselves because they have so many materials to bring when they move into the community. Of course, a beauty salon. This is, and you'll see on the landscape plan, we'll talk a little bit later, but we try to have an outside raised garden beds where residents can kind of experience that sort of, activity. That's, it's very helpful to get outside and be encouraged to do some different activities. Go ahead, you can change the text one. So that's just kind of just a very quick overview of what goes on inside of the community. Here we have up the landscape plan. I'd like to have Pete Wirtz come down and talk to you, but I did want to and talked about the landscaping a little bit. Before I actually sit down, I just wanted to run through a couple of things that were mentioned and you had questions about, and I kind of wanted to clarify on the construction aspect of it. When we move in to start a construction project, we always have our construction vehicles on site. We generally have a phased grading program so that we can actually utilize areas as we grade, do the mass grading of the project, so we can keep our subcontractors and traffic and tractors and things actually on the site. Once that's done, we will move in a job trailer, which will be on site. And due to fire department requirements and actually our own and weather conditions and things, the first thing that we generally do is come in once the grading is done and create the parking lots and all the paved areas. We do what we call we'll do a one lift, we'll do half of the lift in the asphalt before the finished lifts go in, and then we will so all of our subcontractors, trucks, employees, everyone who's working on site can park in those areas, and also fire has access to that. Once we start putting sticks in the air, we have combustible materials, and fire has a lot of requirements around allowing that to happen to make sure there's access and things on the site. That being said, I just wanted to let Pete talk a little bit about the landscaping, what's happening there. And then after Pete's done, Carolyn Cole from Crane Transportation is going to get up and give you a little talk about how we deal with our parking and what we do within our communities. Thank you. Pete?
Thanks, Bill. Peter Wirtz, Land Design Group, Sebastopol, California. We're responsible for the site planning, and in collaboration with Frank Radmacher Associates, the landscape plan that is in your package today. What I wanted to point out first was the amenities that are provided on the site. I think Bill showed some photographs, but if you look at the site plan, we designed the project as a one-way loop off of Rollingwood Drive for the guests and drop-off into the porte cochere. As you pass through the porte cochere, through the living room areas that Bill showed you, you'll enter a courtyard that'll be furnished with tables and chairs. There's a nice fountain in there. There's an arbor in there that'll have a private table and chairs, and a walk-around area. And that's really the most active area for the residents. But as you leave the building through a side door to the side, one of the council members pointed out that there is a pet park for the residents who have dogs, they're allowed to have dogs at this facility. If you come around the building along to the end of the fire lane, the building was the site was laid out so that the parking on the east side is also the fire lane that is necessary to gain access to the back of the site and to the back hillside that someone mentioned could be potentially a fire hazard. There is the small area for residents to garden that Bill showed a photograph of is tucked right in the corner behind the building. And then behind the building is a private garden for memory care residents. And in that, there's special elements for their use, and there's fountains, and it got a nice patio out there. There's also a private dining patio in the center courtyard for if your family wanted to come and have dinner and utilize that courtyard also. Regarding the landscape, I'd like to point out how we plan to comply with some of the conditions that came in our package, or that are in your package. And condition 41 mentions an amount of box trees that we are to plant along Rollingwood and Los Padres Drive. And it mentions 12 48-inch box trees along and those are specifically shown on the landscape plan. The 6 60-inch boxes are are new additions and are not on the landscape plan, but what we intend to do is there's a mitigation oak behind the sign that will change to a 60-inch box, and there are several trees near the front entrance of the building along Rolling Wood, and we will change those trees to 2 of the carrot woods to 60-inch box, and there are 3 jacarandas that would be changed to 60-inch boxes to comply with that condition. There also are additional pines, and they were shown in one of the renderings, but a lot of the mitigation oaks are also on the east side of the project that surrounds the parking lot, and behind the trees is this combination wall that's been mentioned, and it's a 42-inch height headlight blocking wall with 30 inches of decorative metal along the top of that to enhance the view from that side of the project into the project. The pet park will be artificial turf as well as turf that is in the memory care garden, but we would like one section of real lawn in the center courtyard for those residents. They throw parties, and it's helpful to have a piece of lawn to expand the partying areas for.
Mr. Wirtz, you have 60 seconds remaining.
We better get some statement from Crane Transportation. I apologize.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Cole. I'm with Crane Transportation Group. I'm a principal with my firm. My firm is located in Sacramento in the East Bay. I want to talk just briefly about this facility regarding, just to emphasize, it's not an independent living facility. We are really in this facility looking at memory care and assisted care. People are in their late 80s generally in the facility or more, and most residents would not drive, and most would not require automobile storage. And I say this because Oakmont has many of these facilities that are assisted living and memory care, and we've surveyed them and find that we have maybe 4 to 5 out of a facility with 80 units that might, people who might want to store a car.
I'll give you an additional 60 seconds if you could try to wrap up.
Okay, so we've provided in your packets trip generation. This is a very low traffic generator. We've compared it to the existing facility, the Youngset Club, and that's in the packet. We have talked about shift changes and times of maximum parking. We've provided on table 2 a profile of times of day where the number of parking places that might be required. We're finding that if we had visitation, say, tripled or quadrupled beyond what we have in Table 2, where we're showing visitors, we still would have enough parking on site with our 44 projected cars. We looked at the city's zoning code requirement, and that's 23 spaces, so we're almost doubling what the city's code would require. And we've shown a sampling of other cities and their requirements. And so in every case, this exceeds requirements of other cities that we've just provided as a sample. I'm sorry to be saying so little, but I'd be glad to say more if you request it.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll be having a few questions. Okay, that's from our applicant. So questions for the applicant. Mr. Turpel.
Yes, and Mr. Maber, you probably could answer this, and it's just a quick one. And I know everybody's talking that the property is going to be assisted living and memory care, but in the conversation between staff, and I don't know if it came from the applicant or not, is there any SNF capabilities, special nurse facilities going on in this location at all, or no?
No.
Okay, so it is only assisted living and memory care.
Yes, it's licensed RCFE, which stands for Residential Care Facility for the Elderly, licensed by the Department of Social Services, and that's strictly what the license we'd be operating on for our memory care and for assisted. It is not an independent building, and we're not interested in independent residents within the facility.
But it's not a special nurse facility at all?
It is not a nursing facility.
All right,
no.
Great. Okay, that's the only thing I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Newman.
Mr. Mabry, good evening. I want to ask the same question I asked of staff regarding three of your staff on site in the evenings. And what would happen if there were a fire or earthquake or some other kind of emergency? How does your company handle situations like that with 3 staff for 89 beds?
Well, actually, what we run into is that we have the building's designed with a full fire system, as we know. We have a Type 5 1-hour construction, so staying in place is definitely an option for a certain period of time. And then we have a protocol emergency protocol for calling all of our EDs, all of our employees. And everyone ends up coming to the site, and there's an actual evacuation program that's set in place for the project. We've utilized that one time in the city of Escondido, and it worked fairly well. It was actually, and we were able to improve it somewhat. And it is a requirement by the state to deal with that, to make sure that we have those compliant programs to be able to get people out. You have anything to add, Dan? No, it's okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
We've talked a bit about parking for cars, either residents or visitors. I want to ask a question about, I noticed there's a loading dock for a commercial loading dock or something like it.
Yeah, there's a commercial delivery.
And my question is there going to be a staggered schedule in place for, this is really a neighborhood question, for laundry trucks or food delivery trucks or any sort of commercial trucks that are coming in and out? Will you stagger the schedule that those come in and out of through the neighborhood on?
Well, we do. I mean, it really does depend on the use. The majority of the activity happens at the porte-cochere. FedEx packages, UPS, all of that kind of, small delivery items, all of that comes to the porte-cochere. To the other loading dock area would be for, larger items, foodstuffs, garbage pickup, that sort of thing.
My question, though, is that they're not all going to come at 8 in the morning.
No.
There's a staggered schedule
we can't.
For them.
Operational, with the way the operation, as we operate like any business, things have to happen at different times during the day. We don't, no one's staffed up to be able to handle everything coming in at one time, and usually things are more mid-morning and early afternoon for us, because the biggest part of our day is breakfast and getting things going in the morning, and with that staff, so doing deliveries and trying to deal with deliveries at that types of things, it's almost, if you can kind of think about those kind of deliveries, it's sort of like how would a restaurant deal with it. It's kind of similar to how we have to deal with it and get it in kind of those off-peak hours and time frames for us.
All right, thank you. The final question, I want to give you a chance to respond to this. In our packet, there was a letter from a neighbor opposed to the project who said that at one of the meetings you had for neighbors, that the question was put to you directly, what benefit to property owners and neighbors and renters in the neighborhood? And the response, according to the letter, was that there was no benefit to your neighbors. And I'd again like to ask that question and give you a chance to respond.
Yes, we had during the meeting, they asked, what are we going to do exactly for that? We felt we were bringing a nice service into the community. We thought we were bringing in a nice business that's relatively quiet, with not a lot of traffic into the community. Those are the type of benefits that we felt we could bring. We were continuing to ask, what are we actually doing, for the community? And I believe we had someone ask us about putting in a park or setting aside part of it for a park, and no, we weren't doing those kinds of benefits. The only benefit that we had was, bringing in a care location for the seniors. We also feel that, and it's worked out well before on other projects, that we work well as a benefit as far as bringing a buffer in between the commercial aspects and the hospital, and then having this senior project as commercial, and then to the residential. So we work as kind of a little bit of a buffer that way. But those were the types of things that we thought that we could, bring to the community.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you. Two things. You've covered them. I just want to make sure that I understand what you're saying relative to the construction vehicles and your discussion about how that'll be made to happen, are you saying that you will not have any construction vehicles either directly or indirectly from subcontractors or anything else? You're not going to have any off-site, that everything will, all of the construction vehicles throughout the project are going to be on-site. Is that correct?
Yeah, we believe that we can do that. We've done it on other projects.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe Ms. Cole addressed the issue of the age of the people that are your customers and the fact that driving is not necessarily relevant to them. Having just gone through this with my own mom at a facility similar to this, the vehicles of the people, at least in my age category, were very much an indication and a requirement for independence from their standpoint. And since I understand that you have not, that this will not be an independent living facility, is it your intent to essentially eliminate the ability of your customers to bring their vehicles on site from the standpoint of long-term storage? I'm not talking about visitors or anything like that.
We discourage any resident from bringing cars in to store. We generally always have a certain number of residents, like we were saying, 4, 5, 6 seems to be kind of what we end up with. We do have a number of 2-bedroom units within our communities. Sometimes we will have a spouse who is still a little bit more independent that can drive but can't really help, and so they're both living in the assisted living community. There's always a couple. We don't know how many, but there's always a few. We've discouraged it when we can, when someone is able to drive and is living with their spouse. We've had a few of those, but we really discourage storing of vehicles. That's not something that works well for us for our operations, and so we try to work with the families to ensure that things aren't being just stored there because it's nice to look outside and see your car.
Okay, relative to the staffing indicator that's in the package, I believe 16 is the number on staff during the typical shift. Yeah, 16. Right. Okay. With that number in place and knowing that there's going to be an overlap of parking requirements between those that are working and those that are coming in to start work during shift change, I'm assuming approximately 24, 16 plus another 8 for transition. Vehicles would be staff vehicles most of the time. Is that a fair assumption?
Well, actually, during staff changes, what happens is that we have a situation where we have 8-hour-a-day staff. We have staff that work the full, 24 staffing numbers. So there's always that crossing during staff change. But it's not really a factory type whistle blow. My staff changes and people grab. People are working with staff members. The activity director girl that helps, she's supposed to end. She may leave 20 minutes early. She may still be with a resident. We don't find a big onslaught of people coming, people going. It's always about maybe a 20 to 30 minute staff change time that happens that way. Also, we're experiencing a lot more as time goes on, and well, fuel's cheap now, but as when the cost of vehicles and things go up, a lot of times a lot of our employees will be dropped off or being picked up. So we do see some change that way. So it's not a direct correlation between having to have double amounts of parking to make sure that the shift change, runs smoothly. And I'm not saying that there's probably not maybe 5 or 10 minutes during the day where things might maybe get a little bit clogged up in the afternoon for a couple of minutes, but generally we don't see that big change happening immediately, traffic-wise. I mean, was I understanding your question correctly?
Yeah, you've addressed it, and I recognize that you've got almost double what the minimums are. So I recognize that. I just want to make sure, from my standpoint, that the the parking issue is addressed, because as I said, there isn't any on the street, as you all know.
No.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Reynolds, did you have any questions? Okay. Mr. Mabry, I did have another follow-up on the staffing. Just
Yes, sir.
more curiosity, because I presume you being licensed facility, you have to have certain numbers. But if you have 89 residents and only 3 staff a night, that's a 1-to-30 ratio. Is that about what's required during the evening?
Yeah, it really depends. I mean, that evening number is not set in stone. Depending on what maintenance is going on. And we do a lot of maintenance and cleaning during the evening, so during different times. But, there'll be about 3 trained staff members there. Seems to be fine. Everyone's in bed in the evening. That last shift changes well into the, late evening when residents are in bed. And we find that anywhere from 2, 3, 4, 5, depending on how many residents are in the building, will suffice.
And are there state regulations that require you to have certain types of staff, certain numbers of types of staff, depending on what type of clients you have there, whether that be the assisted living or the memory care?
The ratios, not too much, no.
Okay. All right, just curiosity.
Yeah.
There was a question that came up, I believe Mr. Newman was asking it regarding income level. Do you target a certain income level? And I don't know, is this just a market-driven type of a facility where, depending on the area that you're in, you target certain clientele? Or do you see that regardless of the type of facility, that based on either the income that they have or care that they have available, that you get all income levels available at your facility?
We do not. We don't offer any low-income units. We get a range of different residents. We have families who move their parents into our facilities, who also help them financially. There's all kinds of different programs. A lot of residents will move out of their homes, take their equity and things and come move into the facilities. There's a lot of different ways on coming into one of the properties.
Okay, thank you. That's the only questions I have. Anything at this point? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mabry, and the design team.
Excuse me, Commissioner Newman had asked a question earlier that I don't know if it had actually been answered about the actual lot coverage. You were asking some things. The property it's about 212,000 square foot lot, and the actual lot coverage of the building is about 34,000 square feet because it's 2 stories. So the impact on the lot size is that we almost have, I think it's almost 3 acres that's undeveloped. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so just to clarify, I had a card for Hannah Doherty for questions, Jason Brandman for questions, Bob Grunstom, listing broker of the property, and Peter Wirtz. We heard from Mr. Wirtz. Greg Wanke for questions, and Paul Bartholow for questions. So just to make sure I got those into the record, I guess we didn't have questions for it, but we still may, so hold on. Okay, now I'm going to move to the public speaker cards. And as I mentioned, we have quite a handful here. And I've got, like I said, close to 30, which will give us 3 minutes per person. Basically, I've collected these in the order that I received them from the recording secretary. And I'm just trying to bounce back and forth from those who have indicated a position in favor and a position opposed. We'll just continue on until we get through the cards. And if there is someone who has granted time, so to speak, please let me know if you wanted to let someone else speak a little longer. So far, I've just received the 1 card in that regard. And as I also mentioned, I'm going to be passing these almost 40 written statement cards for the rest of the commissioners to read as well. So to start with, I'm going to go with the first card here, Shirley Morris. If you will please come to the podium and give us your name and city residence for the record, please.
Good evening. Chair Nichols, Vice Chair Reynolds, and Commissioners. My name is Shirley Morris. I live on Scarborough Street in Thousand Oaks, around the corner from the proposed site for Oakmont Thousand Oaks. And I'm in favor of the rezoning of the old Youngset property. and building of Oakmont Senior Living Facility in its place. All too often when an issue comes up, only the dissenters are heard from and represented. The majority of people who are either for or non-committal often don't voice an opinion. So when my husband and I heard about the proposed plan to build a senior facility in our neighborhood, we realized the minority of people who were opposed could be successful unless we stood up and voiced our majority positive opinion. That is why we are here. A group of neighbors in favor of the project got together and formed a committee which has at least one representative for each street in the neighborhood. That committee includes a member who originally signed the anti-petition, but after learning the facts changed his mind and now has joined our committee. The committee has been circulating a petition in the neighborhood and previously turned in 206 signatures. Tonight we have additional signed petitions to turn in. Should I give that to you? Thank you. Many of the committee members are here tonight, and I'm going to ask them to quickly stand up as a group to show their support for the Oakmont project. Please stand up, those of you who are here. Thank you very much. I feel the senior facility will improve the appearance of the area from all approaches, fits in appropriately, being across the street from medical facilities and adjacent to other commercial properties, and will provide much needed care for seniors in Thousand Oaks. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. And just one final piece of housekeeping for those who perhaps haven't been here on a routine basis. When you see the yellow light, that gives you a warning that you have 60 seconds remaining. Lynn Burdick, if you please come, and then following Burdick, try and get things moving along here.
You had requested that we put them in numbers, and we did. So when you have the opposed, let me know, and we'll just count 1, 2, 3. You gave us that option, and that's what we did. We organized and have them in numbers between 1 and 12.
That's fine then.
Thank you.
If you want to tell me who's going to take the lead then.
The number 1, and she'll introduce herself when she reaches the podium.
Okay. And if you could perhaps line yourself up in some way, that we can go ahead and do that, and make sure you give me your name and city residence for the record, please.
Hello, thank you for listening to my voice. My name is Christine Scholey, and I lived in Thousand Oaks, and my mother operated a restaurant called Stella's Restaurant for 35 years, and I love Thousand Oaks, and I love where I live. I live in my mother's house that she blessed me with, and I'm 3 houses away from where the Young Set is. And so my concern is the traffic. Being a restaurant owner, I know what it's like to get deliveries, and they're delayed, they're on their own time, they're not on our time all the time. And also, if they're not coming from Rancho Road, then they're going to come up Los Padres. And when you come up Los Padres, it's a hill. So you can't see the cars coming up and over until it gets to the top of the hill. So when FedEx trucks come and they're going fast, it just doesn't feel like it's a residential area. It's not a commercial area. And so that's what I'm really concerned about. We have the school bus come by, and I'm not opposed to assisted living. I mean, who would be? But why there? What's the motive behind it? I just don't get it. Why are we doing it right there? And we have Tosh there, and we have the apartments. There's so much, it's so dense right there. So I'm just asking you to please consider, what are we doing, and what are we doing to our city? Yes, we live in a beautiful city, and we're a tough act to follow when people talk about design and beauty, because we do it very well here. So I don't want to be taken by that. I want to be taken by what we've known Thousand Oaks to be for a long time, which it is one of the safest cities to live in. So I'm just asking you to please consider before you approve this. I'm asking you not to approve it, actually. Thank you.
Ms. Scholey, I do not have a card from you. Did you fill out a speaker card?
It's in my pocket.
Okay, if you please give that to the recording secretary, please.
All right, I will. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Don Morris.
number 2.
They're number 2. They're alternating.
We're alternating. Yeah. So it'll be Mr. Don Morris. Please state your name and city residence for the record, please.
My name is Don Morris. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks and the Hillsborough tract, which is just west of Los Padres Drive and the proposed Oakmont project. Chairman Nichols and Commissioners, I'm in favor of the project and the required zoning change to be consistent with its use as a senior care facility. I don't believe that the existing zoning inherited from the county was correct even for a school, and so I know you have to change the zoning to be consistent with the use. I feel that the proposed facility is a great improvement over the existing structure and is a pleasing transition between the medical buildings to the east and the housing tract several hundred yards to the west. The height of the building is similar to the height of the two-story homes in the tracts. In fact, the average is less than the roof of my house. It does not overwhelm the area and occupies less than 20% of the lot, similar to our housing tracts. And even the hardscape is less than 15%. By saving all the significant oak trees, the facility will project a fit-in atmosphere from the beginning. I urge you to approve the application and zoning change for the Oakmont facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Okay, and so number 2, if you could please give your name and city, make sure I have a card for me too.
My name is Carolyn Adams Duda. I live at 276 Los Padres Drive. I'm within the first 6 to 7 houses that are directly aligned to this project. I, for one, am not against assisted living houses, memory or home facilities or cares. But I do, and I would like to call into question and ask the council to disregard the legitimacy of the 206 signatures on the petition of support for the proposed Oakmont Senior Living Facility. If you read the petition of support, it is clearly stated in the letter dated 12/7 by Don and Shirley Morris that they obtained the over 206 signatures from surrounding neighborhoods. This is not the case. There are numerous people out of state, people who do not live in our area, people who live in Newberry Park, Westlake Village, who have also signed the petition. It's misleading. Their petition also clearly states that it has nothing to do with a zone change, but it is to replace an existing building on an already developed lot. This is not the proposal that is being presented to you guys, and it's clearly misrepresentation in their petition. The support petition clearly states no open space is involved, yet this is the reason for the zone change, to incorporate undeveloped land. Wouldn't that include open space? It also includes removal of oak trees. None of that is in their petition. The supporter petition clearly states signatures were gathered on misleading statements. The building will replace an existing building on a fenced, already developed lot. No open space is involved. This is not a wildlife corridor. Therefore, the people who actually signed that petition was under the impression that the building that was going to be replaced would be the same size, same structure. The petition in support of in my opinion, has been altered. If you look at some of the dates, have been modified from January 2015 to show as September 2015. It's clear that the dates were changed. It looks like some of the signatures that were in January 2015, someone clearly changed the 1 to a 9. I'm not sure why they would change these dates. Duplicate signatures are on both the for and the against. See Betty Armstrong's signature. She is against, but she signed the petition in January 2015, and then as an against, as she was misled on the support statements. She was told that there would be no change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next, I have Chuck Leck. Will you please state your name and city of residence, and then follow that will be the number 3 person.
Hi, Chair Nichols, Commissioners. My name is Chuck Leck. I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks since 1978 and live in the community near Thousand Oaks, near Rolling Oaks Drive and Los Padres Drive. When people move into our community, they become our neighbors. Usually all that's required when somebody moves in to become a neighbor is just to buy a home. However, in larger projects such as this, a thorough hearing is conducted to be certain that they meet city standards and that the existing neighbors actually get the opportunity to meet with and question their new neighbor before we give them a chance to move in. Over the past many months, my neighbors have been trying to decide if Oakmont would be a good fit for our community. And by the extensive petition you received, you can see that the answer is a resounding yes. Our nearby neighbors in the county area, some on Rimrock Road, off Rancho Road, have also been considering the effect of the project also. From what we have heard at some of the community meetings, one of their main concerns appeared to be the possible extension of Rolling Oaks Drive to join with Rimrock, which would cause more traffic in their area. We can understand they wouldn't want that. In a recent conversation with the city's Planning and Community Development Director, John Prescott, he advised this concern will not be an issue. Mr. Prescott explained that the 1970 circulation element of the general plan called for the extension and connection of Rolling Oaks Drive to Rancho Road. This has been accomplished by what is now Holland Drive. Rolling Oaks Drive basically ends now at Los Padres Drive. It feeds into a parking lot for the Thousand Oaks Surgical Hospital. That parcel is no longer owned by the city. It is no longer a road. It is now a parking lot. The portion of the general plan that specifically addressed this is now moot. Due to the considerable effort to change the general plan, the original circulation element continues to show the connection, but no connecting road will be built. It has already been built. An email from John Prescott verifying this was sent to Pam Leopold. People can get a copy of that should they wish. We hope this information really allays any fears that any of the county residents may have concerning that road. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next, number 3, if you'll please give your name and city of residence for the record, and then following number 3 will be Avery Willis. Forgive me for calling you a number, but I don't know which card you have.
My name is Lynn Burdick, and I live on Los Padres Drive. I'm going to put up a couple displays if you don't mind. And I oppose this project. I'm within 2 doors of the area. I'm going to refer to our neighborhood as the Carriage Estate neighborhood. Is one of the highest density neighborhoods according to city.com, with over 800 homes, 1 apartment complex, 1 golf course, a theater, 17 commercial buildings. There is already heavy demands for parking and no opportunity to alter the limited egress and ingress into this area. Only Moore Park and Halen Drive access this area. There's already a 250,000 square foot medical building and a 266 unit apartment complex near the proposed site that creates demands on this particular area of the neighborhood. There is no public transportation in this pocketed neighborhood. The nearest transit center is almost a mile away. The 2-lane streets cannot be altered to allow for additional high density growth. Rolling Oaks Drive and Halen Drive are marked no parking on the majority of their lengths. High-density properties bring not only those living and working at the high-density structures, but others who visit and service them. Imagine what it would happen if we have a fire in the open space surrounding neighborhood. Evacuation would be difficult, if not impossible. Now, this particular project may have an emergency plan, and part of it is to call in all of their people to come into the area. Well, the apartment complex across the street with 266 units does not. The neighbors do not. The commercial buildings do not. How are you going to get everyone out of here? Oakmont advertises, as I have here, ample residential parking at their facilities. They also advertise that guests can stay overnight. Recently, at a hearing for Oakmont Rancho Cucamonga, Wayne Sant, representing Oakmont, said that approximately 10% of their residents have vehicles. 10% of an 89-bed facility is 9 cars. There are 20 staff during 2 shifts. That will leave approximately 14 parking spaces, or thereabouts, for all other visitors, such as visiting medical and dental providers, landscapers, families, clergy, companions, spouse, and guests. Mr. Sant goes on to say that holidays are especially challenging and that there would be a shortage of parking. Where is the overflow parking to go? The Planning Commissioner of Concord, California, held Oakmont accountable with a transportation plan that addressed what Oakmont would do if the parking problems occurred, with several levels of action, not just assurances, a written, actionable plan. The planning commissioners did not feel that there was sufficient parking for employees, residents, and visitors without such a plan in place prior to approval. Can
you.
Finish?
Give you 15 seconds.
Okay. How would Oakmont be held accountable if you approve their application as it stands now in our community without a written transportation plan holding someone accountable for this high-density area with its traffic problems? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Avery Willis.
Thank you. I'm Avery Willis. I live on Quails Trail, and I was the one that got the signatures along Quails Trail. And in doing it, I showed everybody I talked to what it would look like, the size of the place, the footprint. They weren't given an inaccurate picture of what was going to go on. The big question was, if not this, then what? Another apartment building, more houses, a lot more density. This plan seemed to have the least density for traffic of any. What I'd like to do is to give you, the people who didn't want to sign the petition, what their request was. The largest single request was for a park. Probably not going to happen. The city's probably not going to buy the acreage. It would cost a lot of money. And you have to build the park and staff the park. Probably that wouldn't happen. The next big concern was the traffic and parking. Tonight we've heard that there's twice the amount of parking spaces on the property as required, and that most of the residents would not have a car. The other one was construction noise. And whatever you do with that property, there's going to be construction noise. Whether it be houses, or whether it be an apartment building, or whether it be this, that's going to happen. And the other request was for open space. And again, it's currently land that's owned by somebody, and I'm sure they don't want to just donate it. And to get open space would require buying it. But based on all the possible uses of that land, this seemed to be the one that would disrupt the neighborhood the least. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. Okay, next we have number 4, and then followed by Sheila Magnuson. Do we have a number 4? Yes. Okay, if you please give your name and city residence for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Peter Gomez. I'm a resident on Rimrock Road. The address is 272. I live directly across the street from this proposal here. I have several concerns about what they plan on putting in over here. And I'm trying to get this picture up here for you guys. You can put that up there. That's somewhat of the view I'm going to have out of my front door there. It's actually going to be directly broadside looking at this. This is photoshopped a little bit differently. I'm going to be looking at the whole side of that building, lights at night, noise with the loading when they say they're going to be loading. I don't know when that's going to be, but I'm in the restaurant business, and I know the loading comes when they can get there, the deliveries. It's not when you want them, it's when it's convenient for them. So we're going to have noise at all hours of the night. We can, as it is now, hear the hospital deliveries into the night. You hear the trucks with the alarms backing up at night, beep, 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 beep. All the banging of the oxygen cylinders, the slamming of the doors, everything. The noise is one thing. The traffic increase in that area is something that the area is definitely not capable of absorbing over there. If you drive around the neighborhood, both sides of the roads are parked with cars. The trucks are coming and going, as several people have stated already. It's chaotic. Rolling Oaks Drive, dead ends there, but the trucks that's the only road they can go up and down, because the other road is going around the front of the hospital, and you got to go through the circle and down Holland Drive. And the trucks aren't allowed, I don't think, on Holland, because they can't make it through that parking lot. So there's really one entry and exit going into that area. The other night we had a fire, and I was awoken about 2:30 in the morning, and it was chaos over there. People were coming in off the freeway just to see the fire down Rimrock and everywhere else. And it's like, how do you evacuate a facility like this with 3 people on staff for 89 people? They're in the apartment buildings. Everybody's going to be trying to get out of there. It's not the location for something like this. There's got to be a better location for it.
Mr. Gomez, your time has expired. If you
My time is up. Okay. I urge you guys to consider approving the approval of this, because it's just not the area for it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down tonight. Thank you for your comments. Next is Sheila Magnuson, followed by number 5.
Chair Nichols and members of the commission, my name is Sheila Magnuson. I live on Shady Grove Lane, very near this proposed facility. I am very much in favor of it. We have a desperate need in this community, and people will tell you that, oh, we have all kinds of assisted living facilities here. Try and get one of the people that you know and love in something in our area here in Thousand Oaks. You just can't do that. You have to go to another community. You want to see your loved one every day. You have to drive quite a ways away. This is a great need in our community. We need to rezone for this. It will enhance the former Young Set property, which is currently in terrible disrepair. The view from the Rancho Road area will improve greatly over how it has looked for years when occupied by the Young Set Club. They have hanging tires, sheets, toys, archery targets. All those things will be gone. It will be nicely landscaped. There will be shrubbery along there to keep any headlights from the parking area, which is, by the way, ample. Since Oakmont plans to build and manage this, they have an interest in providing a high-quality facility that won't alienate their neighbors while it's being constructed. They are gladly incorporating our community suggestions. Construction traffic will use Rolling Oaks Road, not Los Padres. And speaking of traffic in Los Padres, there isn't any traffic on Los Padres. It's just, I live there. If I go down Los Padres to visit my sister, I'm the only car on the road. Thousand Oaks needs facilities to handle all types of senior housing that cannot currently be met. We have few to no vacancies in assisted living. Oakmont has experience and a good reputation. With an aging population, we need to support this rezoning and ensure a much-needed, well-run facility in our area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next is number 5, followed by Carolyn Cole.
I'm number 5.
Gotten-
I have something
We've
here.
already
I
got
don't
that
know
one.
if it's gonna-
That's an applicant, followed by Grace Baker. I'm sorry. Okay.
Hi,
sorry,
I'm
please
Amy
state your-
Yukich, and I'm from Thousand Oaks, and I'm at 247 Fox Hills. What you have here, it's a little hard to see, but my house is this beautiful dot here, and I did it on a 3D view too. And
If
so
you
what
could please speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry. So my house is the star that's on there, and my backyard backs up to Rolling Oaks Drive. And so my fence is basically here, and the street is where you guys are standing, and we're sitting. So if you can picture that, and then I just wanted to say before, I go ahead and tell you my objections and all this, I took a lot of time. I called the Oakmont. I talked to Hannah, the project manager, and she was very lovely, and we went on for an hour about all my concerns, and there were a huge list. And what I got was the building is beautiful, and it goes with the neighborhood, and let me get back to you in a week. And I was the one that suggested the park, that they do something nice for us. And she just said there was nothing that she could say more than that. So when I bought my house 2 years ago, it was a dream to move to Thousand Oaks. I had grown up visiting my aunt here, and I grew up in the city. So for me to come out here and see the nature and all the wonderful serenity it provided, I wanted to move here. It was a dream. And so I finally got that dream because of high-speed internet, and I am here with my 3 children and my husband and my 2 dogs. And I have watched it in 30 years grow exponentially, and that's part of the community, is having restaurants, and I love them, but they're in the appropriate places, and they're on, main highway, Teal Boulevard. So I'm also a child of the baby boomer generation, so I clearly understand the need for this type of setup. And my grandfather actually lived at the Atria Grand Oaks for a short stint and lived 5 other places. So, but these are focused on affluent people. Don't get me wrong. This is not like, for bleeding hearts. They're not providing a community service. And it's a very profitable business. My main concern, God, it went by fast, is that when you see all the emergency vehicles will be passing my backyard. So when my children play, they're going to be hearing sirens, and they'll be hearing delivery trucks. The biggest thing about the sirens is it's very, they project that they're going to have daily visits from the ambulances, which means that if I'm sitting at my table, I can't have a discussion with my children. I've heard them in the neighborhood. They're once in a while, and you can't hear anything. And so how are my children going to play outside in the yard? They've also really quickly talked about these parties they have. And if you measure that you have 1 guest per 89 people coming in a 2 to 3 hour period for these parties, that's 80 cars at once. Just to think about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for coming.
Please don't let them do it.
Okay, Grace Baker, and then followed by number 6.
My name is Grace Baker, and I live in the Los Robles Apartments on Rolling Oaks Drive. Chairman Nichols and Commissioners, I support the rezoning of the Youngset property for the purpose of constructing the Oakmont Assisted Living Project for the following reasons. It will provide a service for seniors, which is currently scarce. It will not be a burden to the taxpayers. And as a bonus, it will replace the unsightly structure and grounds that currently occupy the property. As a resident of the Los Robles Apartments, I might comment that the number of apartments is not what was given. There are 248 units there. Thank you for allowing me to express my support for the Oakmont facility.
Thank you very much. And next would be number 6, followed by Greg Lennox. If you give your name and city residence, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Willis. I live in Thousand Oaks. I live off Fox Hills Drive. I am here because I oppose of Oakmont, and I oppose of them moving into our neighborhood. I am 31 years old. I'm also thinking of the long-term impacts of this kind of facility moving in. I understand there's a high need now, But in 40, 50 years, that need's going to decrease. I'm 31. My generation is the first that's statistically unable to do better financially than their parents, which means when I'm older, I won't be able to afford it. And it will become an empty lot in a neighborhood that I love so much, so much. And then with all this construction, the rats, the mice, the gophers, they're going to have somewhere to go. And they're going to go into our backyards. And what's going to happen with that? The coyotes are going to follow them. I've had a bobcat in my backyard. They're going to love this kind of environment going on. Pet parks, dinner. Like they're going to, so I really don't feel like enticing these coyotes that have no fear, bobcats coming in and eating our cats, cougars just strolling around like it's nobody's business because they're used to us. And I really don't want to stir up our environment to encourage them to come in farther, because pretty soon, if we keep on moving more and more people into this protected zone, somebody's going to get attacked. Somebody's going to get hurt. And if you have people in there with memory care issues, if they get lost, there is a high chance that they're going to get hurt, and we don't want that. I love people, but I also love the environment, and we have to think of the long-term impacts of building in an area that is not meant for this kind of density. I really love Thousand Oaks. I don't use the words product. I don't use the words business. I use the words family and home, and I'm against this because I am for Thousand Oaks, and I am for the city that I love so much. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for speaking. Next is Greg Lennox, followed by number 7.
Good evening. I am Greg Lennox, and I live in Thousand Oaks on Oakhampton Street in the neighborhood up above the proposed project. And I'm speaking strongly in favor of the zoning change and the associated project for a lot of reasons. One, as a number of speakers have mentioned, it's meeting a very real community need. I've seen it in my own family. I've seen it in my friend's family. There is a genuine shortage of all kinds of assisted living and assistance for the elderly. And I think one of the real assets of this proposal is the fact that the developer is also going to operate the property. A lot of times, especially with apartments, I've seen a pattern where the developer is not the operator, and so they basically skimp and do the minimum. And it's very obvious in this proposal that the developer is going above and beyond the requirements of the city because they're going to operate this. They want it to be an appealing facility that will attract residents and gain long-term support from the neighbors. And you know, let's face it, this is not going to stay the Young Set Club. It's going to turn into something. And the question is, you know, what kind of a something? And I really think that an assisted living facility is an ideal neighbor compared to high-density apartments or more medical offices, which from my perspective are the two most likely alternative uses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, next is number 7, followed by Nick Fotheringham. Give your name and city residence for the record, please.
My name is Tim McGrath, and I'm at 141 Sundown Road in the county of Ventura. I'm here tonight to voice my opposition to the proposed zone change from rural exclusive to public, quasi-public, and institutional lands and facilities zone. What a mouthful. I think the folks in favor of it are in the category of better to take something that you know rather than something that in the future could be worse. I don't agree with that premise. You know, they may think there's going to be a hotel there in the future or a 7-Eleven. I don't know what they think. But I moved to Thousand Oaks in 1989, and I've been a resident of the Conejo Valley ever since. I've traveled all over the U.S. because of my work, and there are many wonderful communities in the U.S., but I'm always happy to be back home again because of the great weather, the natural beauty of the area, the people, including family and friends and my neighbors. I get asked all the time by people who don't live here, what keeps it so nice? And while it's not always obvious, the magic of what makes Thousand Oaks so special really is the foresight of the founders and the leaders to create a general plan that has been a model for other communities and who are wishing to duplicate what we've created here. So I believe the proposed change is in direct conflict with the Thousand Oaks general plan. replacing rural exclusive property that is already well suited for the area, operating as a daycare center with a proposed institutional facility right next to open space really makes no sense to me, especially while many large parcels of land in the main core of the city remain vacant and underdeveloped. Also, some of the notes I wrote while I was sitting here was, what are the negative impacts of losing a daycare center? Where are those people going to go, right? It's not a greenfield opportunity where there's a vacant piece of land. You're now going to have a daycare center that needs a home, or people that have that need. Now, where are you going to put that? So I don't believe this is smart growth management. Smart growth management techniques prevent suburban densities from affecting a large area, which this project seemingly does. Smart growth also has the effect of providing and maintaining open spaces so that people that wish to live in a rural setting, like myself and my neighbors who are opposed to the project, can also do so without urbanization threatening their lifestyle. Keeping open spaces and not building on ridge lines has been a hallmark of the Thousand Oaks General Plan from day one. We should not begin dismantling the general plan that has served this city for over half a century with this proposed zoning change. And with my time allotted, I just want to point out that the staff engineer, mentioned that there had been other zone changes for similar senior living facilities. I would like to see a direct comparison of those reference projects to this proposal to see if they're truly comparable to this zoning change proposal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next is Nick Fotheringham, and then number 8.
Good evening. My name is Nick Fotheringham. I'm the chair of the Thousand Oaks Council on Aging, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of that commission. I wanted to call your attention to a letter that the Council on Aging sent to the Planning Commission back in October, and which supports the expansion of assisted living facilities in the city of Thousand Oaks. And that includes both this project and the one on McLeod. It's my impression that if both of these are approved and by the time they're built out, I'll be back here telling you we're still in the red. The issues that we see that have brought us to this position are, one, that the existing assisted living facilities in Thousand Oaks maintain waiting lists. And what do you do when it's not safe for you to operate your own stove, or you can't manage your own medications and you're on a waiting list for help? And I know the answer to that. I know from personal experience. We also hear anecdotal evidence of residents of Thousand Oaks who have moved to Van Nuys and Glendale to find assisted living that they can afford and it's available to them, it's open to them. When you do that and so forth, you leave your friends and you leave your physicians behind. That's isolating, and we know that isolation is detrimental to the well-being of our seniors. We also hear anecdotes of seniors who do find residences in assisted living in Thousand Oaks, but they have to take a 2-bedroom unit at a higher cost because there are no 1-bedroom units available at the time, so they're able to settle. I want to talk a little bit about the economics of this because that's been brought up a bit tonight. The niche that assisted living fits into and so forth, virtually everybody in this room is going to need assisted living at some time in their life, unless you become a traffic fatality or something beforehand. But your choices are threefold. One is you have a family caregiver, usually a spouse or a child and so forth, who's going to take care of you. The second is if you're very wealthy and so forth, then you can hire a professional caregiver, and often this evolves into a 24/7 arrangement and so forth. It can be quite expensive. Assisted living falls in the middle. It's for people who don't have family and can't afford live-in caregivers and so forth. It allows people to share the costs of caregivers that are available to them round the clock. And so with that, I hope you support this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the clarifications. Okay, number 8, followed by Claudia Spellman. Will you please give your name and city of residence for the record, please.
My name is Walter Knaus. I live on Rimrock Road in Thousand Oaks. I encourage you to seriously consider the remarks and the thoughts and information shared with you tonight. you could be persuaded to possibly discount this information as coming from a not in my backyard group. I evaluate that the information being presented for consideration goes beyond selfish self-interest. I trust that most here tonight support the need for additional housing facilities for seniors. I am more specifically concerned, as many others, that we expand the availability of affordable housing. This facility does not accomplish this. And as a veteran, I am very concerned that we lack adequate facilities for veterans who have served our country. And as seniors, lack the needed resources to obtain that needed housing. This does not address that. Our city has developed over the decades and continues to be a very favorable location to live for its residents, very much due to the diligent efforts of you, the Commission, and our very fine City Council to sensitively and carefully plan our past and our future growth. Please be sensitive to our most pressing needs. I also want to add, Mr. Newman, when you asked about the 10 times multiple or queried about that, the square footage is approximately that, and I think the answer was responded to that, well, it's within the limits of the PL zoning. Well, it didn't really address that the big change is it's going from royal zoning to PL zoning, and that's the factor. Not even, yeah, it's within code of PL zoning, but PL zoning is a big change from royal zoning. And the other fact of the 3-person staffing, in my looking at, as a veteran with all the housing needs and looking at assisted living and 6 beds and skilled nursing, I've looked at all those kind of facilities. The 3-person at night concept has been a big concern for assisted living, and it is an element that's being queried and is a problem across this country about that, the adequacy of that staff ratio. In fact, and the biggest problem with assisted living facilities and the backlog is memory care units, because assisted living facilities are really handling much more critical people than they have when they were originally styled, and memory care has become a big issue for assisted living. So there is some real concerns about, and I think, and I hope that Oakmont, and I'm not familiar with the facilities, but they need to have the use of technology so that if they have technology, then 3 people a night could work adequately, but they have to be able to protect the people properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next is Claudia Spellman, followed by number 9.
Good evening, Chair Nichols, members of the Commission, members of staff. My name is Claudia Spellman. I'm speaking in favor of the proposed zoning change and future construction and operation of the Oakmont Assisted Living Facility. I'm an employee of the Conejo Valley Unified School District, a longtime resident of the Conejo Valley, a member of a family with interests and properties in the Conejo Valley since the 1930s. Like many people, I have a concern regarding the future of the Conejo Valley. A study of demographics reveals what's more than apparent to almost everybody. Populations across the planet are aging. Conejo Valley is no exception. Projections regarding the aging of America are well documented by the U.S. Census Bureau and the Pew Research Center report of 2014. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Service reports that the 65-plus population will quadruple by 2050. The U.S. Census indicates that our American population is expected to become older, with 1 in 5 Americans becoming 65 or older by 2030. So it's evident that the Thousand Oaks will need increased services and facilities for older Americans in the near future. In spite of the current numbers of assisted living facilities in the Conejo Valley, many such places, as was mentioned already, only house 4 to 6 seniors, and openings in existing larger facilities are quickly replaced by new residents. I gained my information from Senior Concerns of Thousand Oaks, several local brokering services, and calls to the local establishments of this nature. We need to plan ahead and guarantee that our older Americans will have safe and healthful places in which they can access needed care. At the same time, we need to guarantee that our community supports the addition of care facilities that are appropriately constructed to blend into the needs of the total community. The proposed Oakmont assisted living facility will blend into the proposed site with addition of 18 oak trees. They'll replenish native growth so it'll look more like it did when I used to ride my horse along Ventura Boulevard in what would become Thousand Oaks. So I propose that we indeed approve this Oakmont facility, and it certainly won't provide any more traffic than when I took my daughter to the Young Set Club almost 40 years ago, and it certainly won't have more traffic than when I administered Conejo Valley Unified School District services to the Young Set Club during the 1980s and 90s. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next is number 9, followed by Nancy Healy. If you could please give your name and city of residence for the record, please.
My name is Diane Gomez. I reside at 272 Rimrock Road. I just gave an article to council for your consideration because today it's been mentioned that there would be 3 nurses available in the evening and how that might impact patients. So that might be some information for you. But I'm going to continue on. I am opposed to a zone change from RE 1 acre to PL, and the special use permit approval. I am in opposition of the construction of a 2-story, 75,000 square foot building for the purpose of commercial monetary gain of the developer. This is a big box development that does not warrant being in this community. This project is a high-end luxury assisted care facility that charges upwards to $60,000 to $80,000 a person per year. The article that I gave you states that there was a $100,000 annual fee for one of the residents. That's over $5 million to $7 million annually. This is big business for big profit. It is not affordable housing for seniors by any means. I'm opposed to the zone change because the view shed impacts to the surrounding areas, mainly the freeway corridor and Rimrock Road. The photos in Appendix I, View 1, northbound 101, and View 2 are taken at an angle and a position that shows a slight berm and gives the impression this project will be tucked away from view. In fact, a well-lit 2-story, 75,000 concrete building will be seen from both the north and southbound 101 freeway. Story poles should have been erected before the Planning Commission votes on this project. This does not fit in with the city's scenic highway element in general plan. I also just want to note that being on a Rimrock Road, the operation of this project, it all looks great on paper, but the actuality of the trucks and the deliveries and the trash pickup, the clanging of the oxygen tanks, the delivery of Cisco's, which, by the way, I'm a small business owner. I do not choose when my deliveries are appropriated. They come when I'm on their route. That's just business. Changing of the garbage, lighting, parking lighting will be on all night long, as well as room lights from both the first and second floors. This will be disruptive to the residents to the west side of Rimrock Road. The renderings do not show accurate landscaping and is projected 10 years. What they showed tonight was a 10-year projection. I feel that's inaccurate. The surrounding communities, the noise, the light, the sound pollution is a real concern. Applicant states 12 deliveries. That probably will be doubled.
Ma'am, your time has expired. If you could please
just wrap it up. Okay. These are all going to be amplified in very rural settings: sirens, ambulances, car alarms. The fact that the shift change occur at 2 p.m., 6 a.m., 2 p.m., and 10 p.m. That's going to be heard with cars, alarms, sirens. I pretty much need to just wrap it up, but I'm sure I would encourage you to please walk the neighborhood, drive there yourselves, walk the streets daytime and nighttime, see what an impact this will have to both communities, to the west and to the east. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for coming. Next is Nancy Healy. If you could please give your name and
Good evening, Commissioners, Chair Nichols, City staff, and thank you for all your work on researching this project. Great reports. Good evening. My name is Nancy Healy. I am a 28-year resident of Thousand Oaks, and I am very proud to be in the over 65 population that we are talking about that is increasing rapidly. We've mentioned many times the increase in that over 65 population. However, another very important fact is that the largest increase is expected in the age group of 85 plus, which is projected to increase by 143% just by 2020 and 351% by 2050. This group is also the most likely group to experience a need for long-term care facilities. The probability now of reaching 100 for anyone who wants to is going to rise tenfold by 2050. Growing older for all people is not an easy experience, but one of the most difficult things that seniors in our community and their families experience is the onset of Alzheimer's or dementia in their family. This is, among Californians, there will be a doubling of Californians living with Alzheimer's by 2030. Among California baby boomers, 1 in 8 will develop Alzheimer's and 1 in 6 will develop some type of dementia. Dementia doesn't only affect the person who has it, it affects their whole family. Many people who have a spouse or a loved one that has dementia onset will try to keep that person at home as long as they can. But if you know anybody who's done this, all too quickly it becomes evident that they cannot do this. It is physically, mentally, emotionally, and financially exhausting. There is a need for places for memory units right here so that you don't have to go to Van Nuys, so that you can stay here and your family can visit you. Another important thing that is, besides the memory unit, where seniors every day face this problem. And I've heard so many people tell me in the past years that we already have too many facilities here. Anybody who has had a senior relative, friend who was in the hospital and had to leave the hospital from being discharged, if you don't have a place to go when you get out of there, it's really difficult. And I personally, my family went through this in October this year, and I know how hard it is to find a place to take your loved one in Thousand Oaks that will be the right place. It's really, really difficult. Advanced planning is critical to meet the needs of our senior population. We need to start now. Starting with the approval of Oakmont would be a great start. We also need to include plans so that our seniors at all income levels can continue to live in this city that we have all learned to call home. Thank you very much. I appreciate your support for this very much needed project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is number 10. If you could give your name and city residence, followed by Sarah Berg.
I want to thank my neighbors for making me number 10. To my honorable commissioners and friends on the dais, I'm Patricia Jones, and I live at 180 Sundown Road of Rolling Oaks Estates. I've been in Thousand Oaks for 33 years. I own a senior care company, and I am chairman of the board of Senior Concerns. My husband, George Jones, and I are opposed to the zone change and development of the Oakmont Senior Living Center in our neighborhood. This proposed development will bring increased traffic, noise, congestion, light pollution, safety, and other issues not conducive to our rural neighborhood. It will also require natural resources and water to build a facility which we do not have. I own a senior care company myself, and as an owner, I must respond multiple times each week for emergencies at all hours, mostly in the evenings for my memory impaired and those with assisted living needs, which is in the evening is when most seniors fall, break a hip, fracture a hip, pelvis, or whatever. It's during the evening hours that seniors get disoriented, get sundowners, get agitated, need 911 assistance, and that's when they fall. I have taken care of friends and family in this room, and they know what I'm talking about. When you call 911, when you get 2 fire trucks, paramedics, the ambulance, and as seniors get older, their biological clock changes, and they're up all night frequently. The ratio of 86 to 3 at night makes no sense. In my experience, you need at least 8 to 10 people. You need at least one caregiver for 8 to 10 people. My business is similar to running an emergency room. We are on call 24/7, just as the proposed Oakmont Senior Living Center will be. It's one thing to run a children's daycare center at that location, where by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the children and staff have gone home for the evening. It's quite another thing to have an operation going 24/7 next to a rural and rustic neighborhood. My safety concerns have to do with the runabout in front of Tosh. I travel through that intersection frequently and find it unsafe for pedestrians and motorists, all trying to jockey for rite of passage. Putting this facility there only compounds this problem. If you put the facility there, you'll have increased ambulances, family members, facility trucks, linen trucks, food trucks, trash removal trucks navigating that intersection. It's only a matter of time before someone gets severely injured and, God forbid, fatally struck. It's just too congested for that pocket of Thousand Oaks. And even Rolling Oaks Drive, it's a residential street, it can't handle it. I support having more senior care facilities in Thousand Oaks. As I mentioned, I'm chairman of the Board of Senior Concerns, and it's in our strategic plan to get more assisted living facilities and memory units in this town. I'm working very hard on it, but you have to vote no. This is not the location. A better location, why don't you look at Hillcrest Drive, where the old Black Angus and Arby's is sitting there vacant for, 20, 25 years. It'd be a nice place to put their beautiful building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah Berg, followed by number 11. If you give your name and city residence for the record, please.
My name is Sarah Berg, and I live in Thousand Oaks. I have been following the progress of this project application over the past year and would like to offer my support of the proposed Oakmont project. I believe that the proposed assisted living facility would actually be a less intrusive use than the current daycare camp use, because there will be less traffic in and out of the property every day, as very few of the residents will own cars. It also appears that the new facility will actually have fewer employees than the existing daycare camp facility. After reviewing the developer's project description, I believe that the new facility will only cover about 2 of the 5 acres on this parcel, and will be consistent with the adjacent apartment, outpatient hospital, and office building structures in terms of height, size, and architecture. I also feel that the requested zone change for this project will offer a great transitional use between the existing commercial office and hospital buildings to the north and residential neighborhood to the south of the site. As a long-term resident of Thousand Oaks, I believe that our city needs to provide more quality assisted living facilities to properly serve our aging community. Further, I believe that Oakmont's design and facility features at this location would have a positive impact on this neighborhood and our community, and would offer the new residents close proximity to medical services and care, and a good quality of life in a beautiful setting. I will soon be looking for an assisted living facility for my aging father, and I feel that the proposed project would fulfill all of our family's requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 11, if you can give your name and city residence for the record, and then Nick Kidway.
Good evening. My name is Greg Sincock. I live on Sundown, Thousand Oaks, and dead on arrival. I do not understand why this project has gone forward. It should have been dead on arrival. It totally flies in the face of Thousand Oaks general plan. And the general plan, why is that important? Well, the general plan was developed with the citizens, with the staff, and with the officials of Thousand Oaks. And it laid out a roadmap. And the roadmap didn't include huge commercial developments in the middle of residential areas. This is a quiet, rural, residential area. If it hadn't been for the school being there all these years, I have no doubt that would be several lovely homes up there right now. But the school was there, and they're on an exemption, and now we're trying to change the zoning. Why is the general plan important? There's people here, my neighbors, have purchased houses, they've built houses, planning to raise their family in those areas, and loving Thousand Oaks and moving to Thousand Oaks because of that. And now we're going to pull the rug out from underneath their feet by putting in a huge commercial development. And it's right across from where their homes are. They're going to look right into the parking lot of that. So do we need assisted living in Thousand Oaks? Of course we do. Why do we need it here? There's a lot of, as somebody's already mentioned, there's a lot of other areas within Thousand Oaks that could be developed for assisted living. Why would we put it here? Give us some lovely homes there. Give us a park. There are no parks anywhere near this area, but not a commercial. Why are these people coming here with this commercial project? You know, the obvious answer is that they're getting a bargain on the land because of the current zoning, and the seller, the landowner, is getting a premium on his land because he's trading it over to a commercial entity. So ask yourself, does it need to be here? Can it be someplace else? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nick Kidway, followed by number 12.
Nick Kidway, Director, Concerned Citizens of Thousand Oaks, resident of Newberry Park. Honorable Chair, I feel like crying. I don't have a number. Well, I guess it ain't that bad. I went home to eat, did some work. I didn't want to speak because there were 30 people. I said, well, one from every street is speaking, so I'm from Newberry Park. But, sir, I'm the biggest NIMBY in this town. And so I don't want to be chicken and not take a stand, especially after hearing so many people make arguments on both sides. Honorable Chair, what we have to look for is what is good for the community at large. And sometimes, in fact, many times, what is not best for the local neighborhood is good for the community. Otherwise, we would not have any hospitals. I mean, what is the plan? To put the seniors on Canoe Mountain? I mean, Bonnie Creek or something like that? My friends were building assisted facility on Hillcrest, on the other side of the... They spent a lot of money, and the city manager actually made them pull out the project before even coming to the Planning Commission. They got so scared of the people, the mob mentality of the people that were opposed to them. And my friends are building high-end homes, million-dollar homes, making more money, but it ain't needed. It's not good for the community. We talked about the one on McLeod. Even the seniors next to it are opposed to it. We have to be bold and do what is good, especially in this season of Christmas and Hanukkah, what is good for mankind. We are all getting older. In fact, the general plan for the city called on 180,000. We reduced it to 140, 150 tops, 30,000 people last year to reduce that. Nobody talks about that because the politicians in the slow growth and all that don't want to talk about it. I was blessed when I came in this country to have two two families adopt me, and the first family from 1971 has long died. But they all went into rest homes. The aging of America, we are living longer. We did not call or have the need. My neighbor was George Vandeman, who had the TV program, It Is Written. And he kept his mother as long as he could, but then it was no longer. It's not a crime that these people are going to make charge $40 or $60 or $100,000. It costs a lot of money to operate these things. It takes a certain kind of person to have love to take care of people who are old and aged. My card says undecided. I fully support this project. And thanks for making it such a nice project.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. Next is number 12, followed by Chase Rashid. Please give your name and city of residence for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me here this evening. I appreciate it. I'm number 12, and I'm the gentleman Robert Marcarelli, and I live on Rimrock Road. And I have been granted the extra time from the other gentleman, so I should just take a little bit more, maybe a minute or. I am the last speaker on the opposed, but I would like to have the people that are opposed please stand up. So we appreciate all the hard work you've done in being here today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. You know, one of the things I have to say is I agree with so much of what you're saying. I really do. I think it's great. And I think we really do need something like that. But you know, the scenario that you're playing out is assuming that you guys or the majority of the people in Thousand Oaks can afford $10,000 a month, which is the high line number. The lowest number is about $4,000. Well, it isn't affordable. And why do they keep saying affordable? It's not affordable housing. We need that. We need the affordable assisted living. And I work over at the ER, and I'll tell you, I have a caregiver and bringing in a senior at least 3 times a day. And sometimes the same person comes back 2 or 3 times a week. Ambulance, 911, distress. So that is a problem. But I'm here to summarize. But I had so much more interesting things to talk about because we really agree. They're not talking about the same building. Because right now, there's no one living there. So the increase is 1,000%. There's no one there. There's no one ever lived there. So that's one of the things. And there's a footprint of 7,500 going to go to 75,000. This does sound like West LA in the heyday. So I want to say that there are so many good reasons to not put this in this particular location. We've talked about the traffic jams. We've talked about the laundry, the medical waste, all the other things of that nature. And the current parking is at a premium. But you know what? There's this new ordinance that you passed. It's not just the oak trees. There's many, many properties with more than 24 inches in diameter. So there's going to be the demolition and removal of known toxins, not limited to asbestos. There's the 200 dump trucks, 3,000 cubic yards of soil. It does sound like West LA. Sounds like San Fernando Valley. There's up to 1 million gallons of water that will be used just for the purpose of keeping the spores down, which is we call valley fever. It's a fungus. They have to do that to mitigate it. But you know what? After they get in there and plant all that stuff, they're going to have to water it, not like us that we're just told we have to cut back to 1 day a week, 15 minutes a day. So as we watch everything die, and as I put my false lawn in and I put my solar panels up to be part of the system, remember I got an extra minute, I'm going to wind it up here. We see them having to use drip systems and everything else going on using thousands and thousands of gallons. It's the opposite of not in my backyard. It's government saying, do what we say, but not what we do. So therefore, I think this is one of the worst plans because of the size of this monstrosity. And I think in conclusion, this is the thing for me, the most important thing. Is going to set a precedent, a new precedent, that other people from out of town, speculators who didn't even buy the land, out of town speculators who don't own the land, who own a chain, a big box factory of these high-end, very high-end pieces, are going to come and they're going to come and say, this is case law. This is now case law. This site will be cited by everyone from out of town. There'll be speculators coming in and saying, look what you did. You went from $7,500 square foot footprint to 75,000, and this is the size of 28 normal homes. So there was nobody living there, and now look what we have. So I say that we say no on this, and I also think that we need to do a little bit of background check, because the last I saw, the state of California was investigating this organization. It was on television, and I don't know if you guys did any background. It's important to do that. I learned that. This group's been on KCRA in Northern California. They've proven that the state of California, the state inspectors found 4 allegations that were substantiated. And
Mr. Maccarelli, could you please wrap up? We'll give you 10 more seconds. We'll shut
my last thing is that not only that, but the Roseville Police Department was conducting their own investigation on elder abuse. So please, do some background at least. Put this on hold, but don't approve this tonight.
Thank you. And just for the record, Jim Weintraub yielded some of his time for Mr. Maccarelli. Final speaker, Mr. Chase Rashid.
Chase Rashid, City of Thousand Oaks. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Planning Commission. Okay, so I'm going to start off by saying I have some friends whose father and husband had to be put in a nursing home because he has Alzheimer's. They had to put him in several down in Ventura. They live here in Thousand Oaks. They had to run back and forth down to Ventura, using up a lot of gas, and the nursing homes were not very good. A couple of them lost the man. This is, and just to see how, crazy that was, because he was only black resident in the place, yet they lost him. How do you do that? So I think this is a great project. I'm not someone that just says yes to every sort of development, so I think the applicant did a great job at presenting this project, going out in the community and asking the people how they felt about the project. Now, we can't always get what we want. My father worked at a retirement home. I spent a great deal of my childhood visiting there with him, and I saw where very few of the residents had cars. They were not, it's not like they're going to throw a whole bunch of wild parties and be blasting Justin Bieber and all those people in One Direction. It's not like they're going to do that. These are senior citizens. These are not rabble-rousers. These are not troublemakers. And this would, in a sense, this would be a residential project, because these people, this would be their residence. And someone mentioned the Black Angus site. That site actually closed in about 2008, not like 20 or 25 years ago. Not to call anybody out, but I just wanted to correct that. And that really would not be a good place for a residential development for seniors. And I don't want to get on anybody's nerves here, but I'm going to quote Lucinda Walsh from As the World Turns. When Craig Montgomery took over her company, he named it Montgomery Enterprises, and he put me up on the wall. And she said, who is this guy who puts me all over everything? Sometimes we can't get all that we want, but it's not about me, me, me. There are seniors in this community who need this housing. Yes, it's not low income, but assisted living costs a lot of money. So we need to get off me, 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 and start looking at what the seniors need. I live near Atria Grand Oaks. It backs up my street. I've never heard any noise from over there. If they have any deliveries, it has not annoyed me or anything. So let's get off this me, 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 and think about the seniors. They are our elders, and all of us are going to be a senior someday. So let's think about how we would want to be treated in our old age. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rashid. Okay, thank you all so much for sharing with us this evening. Like I said, we got about 25 of you in, so thank you for that. Just looking at the time real quick, what I'm going to do is take a short break. I think we all need a little break here for a stretch. Then when we return, we will resume with staff responses to your comments. Commission will then also have a chance to weigh in. They will hear one more time from the applicant before we debate or discuss. So we'll recess for 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back to the December 14th, 2015 Thousand Oaks Planning Commission meeting. If I could have it quiet, please. We're getting started again. We're resuming case C. We've just concluded our public comments, public speaker cards. And at this point, we're going to ask staff to respond to some of the comments that we've heard. Had a lot of good input this evening. If you could, please, Ms. Leopold, if you could lead us off, and then we'll take it from there.
Okay, thank you, Chair Nichols. I wanted to comment, there was a typo in condition number 2. It's on page 39 of your packet. The two renderings, BR4 and BR5, are actually dated November 30th, 2015. I wanted to just make that correction for the record. With regard to the comments, there will be fencing around the perimeter of the development. This is for security purposes as well as for simply screening for noise impacts and for lighting. With regard to lighting, condition 44 requires the parking lot to be screened by walls, and condition 46 essentially discusses the lighting with regard to the parking lot for lighting in a downward manner, and also shields may be necessary for those lights. They will be incorporated into the design. With regard to zone change comparison, the reserve at Thousand Oaks also had RE1 acre minimum zoning, and it was changed to PL, and also Oakview at University Village, Thousand Oaks, was also RE1 acre, and that was changed to PL zoning. With regard to the viewshed aspects, I'll ask Rick Burgess to address those. Also, I wanted to mention that each project is evaluated on a case-by-case basis. No precedents are ever set. This is always a case-by-case basis of evaluation and consideration. Perhaps we can go to Rick at this time.
Yeah, I'd be happy to address some of these issues. There was a concern about a view shed, basically. And as you know, the city finds that a view shed issue is significant and adverse if it results in silhouetting on distant ridge lines, involves blocking distant ridge lines, and also if it's visible from a city-designated highway, scenic highway. This project does not trip any of those issues, and so we felt there was no significant viewshed issue as far as the city was concerned. However, residents to the east of the site in Ventura County were concerned about the viewshed from their area, and so we decided to do a couple of additional viewshed renderings, which we don't normally do, but in this case we felt it was a good idea to do that. And so those are contained in Appendix I-1. There's two different views from that area. And in an attempt to mitigate those impacts, we've done whatever we could. Basically, the building will be very visible from that area. We've included a 42-inch block wall along the parking lot there so that no headlights from the parking lot will actually shine over those sites, over the houses in that area. And there's going to be an installation of 8 24-inch box Canary Island pines in that area as well. And those will go quickly, and they should actually obscure the building to some extent in the future. So that's what we've done in that regard. And then there was concern about the amount of water that's used to control dust. Dust control is very important because even though San Joaquin Valley fever is not tremendously common in this area. It does occur. And so the way to basically mitigate that is to control all of the dust. And that's a short-term impact. We can't do anything about that. They have to use water to control that. It varies tremendously, though, on how much water they need to use, because it depends on windy conditions, how dry it is, whether it's rained recently. All of those kinds of conditions make a difference. And I'm not quite sure where the 1 million gallons came from, but it varies tremendously. So I think that addresses those issues, unless there's anything else you can think of in regard to the MND.
Thank you. At this time, we'll ask Fire to address the use of sirens. Fire Prevention Supervisor Larry Williams will be able to discuss that.
Good evening. In regards to the use of sirens, in speaking with typically with the fire department, I can't speak truly for the sheriff or for the ambulance company, but in most instances we tend to follow the same protocols, and that is we use the siren when it's only necessary. You want to limit that. Primary is use of the lights. When we're approaching a location, especially a residential area, that's even more prevalent, to where we will only use it as necessary to for any traffic that may be in the way, to let them know that we are coming through there. We try to respond no code as much as possible, especially on medical calls. If it doesn't warrant a code response, those calls are triaged when they come to the 911 center, and then the appropriate response level is given for that, because again, by using your lights, responding to what would be considered code 3 lights and siren, you're more at risk for an accident traveling to and from, to the call there. So we want to limit it where we can.
Thank you. At this time, we'll ask Department of Public Works Kathy Lowry to respond regarding parking and traffic concerns.
Good evening. The concern with the amount of traffic that the project would generate was determined by looking at the existed permitted use on the site, which is the Young Set Club as a daycare, and then comparing it to the assisted living, which is based on a number of beds at the facility, and using ITE rates, which is the Institute of Transportation Engineer, and coming up with trip rates to compare the two uses. And so what we determined was that the proposed use actually generates 117 less trips in the PM compared to if the Young Set Club was a fully operated daycare as it's permitted right now. With that assumption, we then concluded that the new project wouldn't have any additional impacts on the adjacent street system, because it actually, on paper, would generate less trips than if the permitted use were fully operational. That being said, also we then looked at parking in the community, and staff has an ongoing discussion with residents and community with the existing parking situation on Los Padres and Rolling Oaks. And the existing parking situation is handled through our traffic commission through one of the options is if the residents are interested in having a permit parking program, which basically we have over at Teo High School or at Los Robles Hospital. And that's a completely separate process, which involves, similar to the speed hump program, where the residents come together through a petition, and then we look at the community as a whole, and we bring all the residents and the neighboring businesses would be invited to a meeting and to discuss the impact that permit parking would have or have not on the street system. And so the city staff would continue to do the working with the community, whether or not this project goes in or not, as there's a perceived parking problem there now. Currently, any parking violations are handled by the police department, which hasn't really occurred at all. It's just there's people that park on the street, and it appears that it's related to possibly the hospital or people who live in the apartment complex, because it's just more convenient to walk outside your apartment and to your car on the street than where the parking is internally. So that's, and we concur with, staff's been looking at the amount of parking that's required by city ordinance and then comparing it to how much Oakmont's providing, and they are providing almost twice as much. So from traffic standpoint, we really don't see that being an ongoing issue since they are providing enough on-site parking. And then the only other comment was about that the roundabout in front of Thousand Oaks Surgery Center doesn't accommodate trucks. It's designed per city standards that trucks can use Holland Drive from Rolling Oaks, so trucks can use that as an access. Again, we won't determine what the truck route is for grading until the project comes in to get their grading permit, and we determine that haul route. But operationally, any trucks can drive on Holland Drive. It's built for trucks. Thank you.
At this time, I believe our Deputy Director does have a draft condition prepared for construction parking.
Thank you. If the commission is so inclined, you had discussed the location of construction equipment and vehicles on site. So I would like to just read a potential condition for your consideration. It would read as follows. All construction equipment, materials, and related contractor vehicles shall be located on site during all phases of development. This would be a new condition, and so I read it now also so that the applicant can consider that and comment appropriately. Again, it would read, all construction equipment, materials, and related contractor vehicles shall be located on site during all phases of development. And that would be a new condition for the special use permit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Town. Ms. Leopold or staff, are there any other comments at this time?
No, thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, questions of staff? Commissioner Alexander.
Can someone on staff, and perhaps several, address the issue of that was brought up by one of the opponents of the project about it being essentially a 24/7 operation where there's constant activity, either emergency vehicles or whatever? Can you address that in terms of both the emergency side of things as well as supply and whatever else might be necessary for the project?
Okay. We'll have Larry Williams address the emergency vehicle concern.
In regards to emergencies, any place is a 24-hour potential. Your own residence, a business. We don't know when the call is going to come in. When it comes in, we're there to respond and provide the appropriate assistance.
I would assume that you have some type of historical information based on the other facilities in the community. Is that a good assumption?
I'm not aware of any studies that have been done on that. As far as, when someone calls, we're going to respond. As far as the time of day, we can't dictate what time that emergency is going to happen when someone needs help.
Okay. Other questions for staff? Commissioner Reynolds.
And to follow up along with that, what fire station would be responding? Hillcrest or 31 over on Duesenberg?
The closest station would be the Station 30 on Hillcrest. However, when a call comes in, based on the type of call, if it's an emergency call, we respond to the closest resource that's available based on the type of call. So it could be an engine that's traveling down the 101 going to an engine from Camarillo going to Oak Park to cover. If they're the closest, they're going to be responding. We use GPS for our closest resource available.
And I know when the paramedics go out, I don't know if it's proper, the hook and ladder or the very large fire truck usually follows too. Is that correct?
No, the equipment, if it's a medical call, it's usually going to be one fire apparatus and then the ambulance company. The ladder, which is our truck company, if the engine's not available and they're the closest resource, then they're going to respond appropriately there. The only additional resource on a medical call that may respond would be a paramedic squad that we run. And again, it depends on where they're available and the location of the call.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Newman, did you have some questions? Okay. Okay, I have a few questions here. Mr. Williams, while you're prompted and ready, a couple for you. There's a question for limited access because of the roundabout. Does that prevent any limited access for your apparatus responding?
No, we're able to make that roundabout with no problem.
Okay, very good. I guess that was the only fire question I had. Thank you. Ms. Leopold, there was a comment, actually I read a number of responses indicating this is a high-density area. Does the city consider this a high-density area? I'm not quite sure what constitutes high or medium or low. Can you perhaps explain that?
That comment is apparently based on a website that I'm not familiar with, but the point being that, yes, there are apartments nearby, and certainly the Tosh building is typically occupied at a high degree, and the medical offices are certainly constantly used. They will be used, obviously, much more in the future. And so in this case, this 4.87 acre lot has natural open space associated with it as part of it. And then further to the south, there is Casca open space. So it's sort of difficult to understand what constitutes this supposedly higher density area. There's golf courses nearby, and certainly to the east, those are more rural estate lots. But it's difficult to really understand that statement.
Okay, and then similarly, there was a comment made that this project is inconsistent with the general plan. I thought I had read something from Mr. Prescott that said that the proposal is actually consistent with the general plan. Is it or isn't it? Can you perhaps clarify that?
It is consistent with the general plan. We've had other developments for assisted living with residential zoning, residential land use designation that have been approved for development. So it is this institutional zone. It's sort of a hybrid between a commercial and a residential type of use, but certainly it is consistent with the general plan.
Okay, and I know it's being proposed for a zone change. If the zone change were not approved and the owner of the property were left to just develop it with whatever the zoning permitted, what is permissible under the current zoning as of today?
I believe we stated in the staff report that 4 to 5 homes, single-family homes, could be developed on the property. Okay. The question is whether or not that would be compatible with the current uses surrounding that area.
And that actually leads me to my next question. I heard a number of people indicating either that they thought it was a good transitional type of development, and others say it wasn't appropriate development. Does that ever come into the evaluation as to, looking at what types of adjacent uses are there and whether or not it is appropriate, and was it evaluated as an appropriate type of transitional use in that area?
True. It could be viewed as a buffer. Essentially, you have single-family homes to the east, which are more residential estates. They're at a lower elevation. Some are a little bit higher in elevation and depending on the topography. But the apartments next door certainly are a higher residential use. And then you have the other single-family homes further up Los Padres. They're quite a ways away. But the immediate uses are the medical offices and the Thousand Oaks Surgical Center. So essentially in the parking lots. And of course, this is a good buffer between those areas.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Williams, I did find my other question for that you perhaps could address for us. Do you have, I don't want to call you to a specific number, but is there a typical call number that you expect for these type of facilities, whether it be assisted care or skilled nursing, where you have this type of facility, where you can expect there's typically 2 calls a month, a half a dozen calls a month, a dozen a month, or is that even not a measurable number that you have available?
That number could be measurable. I just don't have that information available. We'd have to run a special report based on a particular address where we know the facilities are and separate the type of calls that would be generated.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's fair enough. Those are all the questions I had at this point, unless there's somebody else has one. Okay. At this point, I'm going to ask the applicant, or actually offer to the applicant, you have an additional 5 minutes. If you care to address concerns or comments from our public speakers, from staff, from commissioners, you get a whole 5 minutes to wrap it all up. So if you would please state your name and city residence for the record, please.
Yes. I'm Bill Mabry, Oakmont Senior Living, Windsor, California. Listening to staff's responses and their understanding of the project as it's, as we've been working on this for over a year, I don't believe there's really anything that I could add to their comments. I would like to say, as far as the condition, that being that the size of the site, the open area around the building that we're going to have, we don't feel that that's going to be an issue keeping all the construction, parking and equipment on the property. So as far as accepting that condition, I feel that we could do that. I wanted to thank the Commission for their time this evening. Listening to all of us, it's been a long night, and we look forward to your response. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mabry. Any questions? Mr. Alexander. Mr. Mabry, we do have one question for you. Commissioner Alexander.
You've been sitting down for a long time. We'll give you a little more time. I asked staff, and the numbers weren't available. Can you tell me, with the facilities you have, what the average number of emergency requests is per day, per week, per month, whatever numbers you have?
It varies, but I would say an average is somewhere around 8 calls a month, sometimes less than that. That seems to be what we've seen. We've asked our EDs. Nobody really keeps track of these kind of things. I guess maybe they should, but that's been kind of what we felt is somewhat of an average. We do have nurses on staff, which helps quite a bit, throughout the day, because a lot of assessments can be made prior to the need of calling the fire department. So that does keep our numbers, relatively low. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mabry. Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. There's other questions, and open it up for discussion or a motion from commissioners.
Okay.
Commissioner Turpel.
Right. Boy, this is always a difficult situation, especially with so many people out there. And I've been taking, just from our audience, a little track record of the yeses and nos for this particular project, and it's right split down the middle with what we have in attendance. One thing that I've heard about is the relationship of the rural area, and somebody said that we should actually go out there and walk the area, and I can guarantee you every single commissioner on this dais has done that and spent a lot of time, especially on this particular project. And a lot of people forget that here in the Conejo Valley, especially the city of Thousand Oaks, we are surrounded by 15,000 acres of open space that I don't like to use the word the forefathers, but previous councils actually put together over a period of time and filled with tons of trails. We are a rural community. It's never going to become a San Fernando Valley. It cannot happen. And unfortunately, I think a lot of our residents don't take the time to go out and take a look at that open space and take a walk on those trails. I know 2 here do, for sure. And then you get in the situation where the opportunity of a property owner who has an opportunity to work with somebody who wants to take over this property and actually develop it into something that I think would be a great benefit for the city. It's a need, and spent a lot of time taking a look at the way the project was designed. I mean, we get the packet on Wednesday, and all of us are opening it up and spending many, many hours to figure out what it's going to look like and how it's going to relate to the city. I do like the condition that Mr. Town operated, because that was the one thing, is to make sure that we mitigate as much of a disruption that this may cause in the construction. So that being said, I'm going to move the commission that the Planning Commission recommend, and this is a recommendation of the City Council, by the way. It doesn't stop here. But I'm going to recommend that the Commission recommend that the City Council approve MND number 2014-70678, Zone Change Z 2014-7551, Special Use Permit 2014-70552, PM Parcel Map Waiver 2014-70553, and Oak Tree Permit 2014-70554, based on the following findings and subject to the attached conditions of the approval, including the additional condition that Mr. Town drafted as far as the vehicles of construction being on site. And with that, I give it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Heeher, I believe you have a comment?
I do. Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Turpel, Commissioner Turpel, there was some discussion in the very beginning of this regarding a recommendation to council to do a general plan amendment. I didn't want to mention it until I thought there would be a motion for these recommendations, and that recommendation was to do a general plan amendment to eliminate the road connection between Rancho Road.
Yes, let's go ahead and add that. So that was a formality that we talked about at the beginning.
Correct. So let me just read what I would write as far as the recommendation would be. This would be number 6, and it would be to recommend a general plan amendment to eliminate the road connection between Rancho Road and Rolling Oaks Drive as currently shown on the circulation element of the general plan. So with that, what we are doing is the cleanup that you guys
just to make that cleanup,
Mr. Alexander, I believe, mentioned at the very beginning.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Heeher. I was going to mention that. I'm glad you did. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Discussion? Okay, Commissioner Reynolds.
It's never easy, especially when you have a lot of friends sitting in the audience. And I'm really glad that the neighbors banded together and really let their views be known. I think that's an important process in all of government, that you come down here and you tell us how you feel. Because it's not always easy sitting here. We think we know what's right, and we read all the information staff has given to us, and we hope that it's correct. I always believe them because I live with an engineer. And after 44 years, he's taught me that he usually is right. So he doesn't watch this, so I'm not worried. But I'm going to support the motion. Years ago, I was a geriatric nurse, and was just in convalescent hospitals, and I found the need there, but they didn't have assisted living. You lived in a convalescent hospital, and most of the people were wheelchair bound. Well, Mrs. Jones knows that a year and a half ago, in fact, today would have been my mother's 99th birthday, that Patricia Jones' company took care of my mother, and she passed away at 97. And it is extremely expensive, but she wanted to stay at home. But we investigated different places, and it was very hard to find an opening. If she wanted a place with the patio or in the center of the area, a really nice place rather than just an apartment, maybe upstairs or something. There was a waiting list, and so I really see the need for assisted living homes, and I know that the people in this facility will probably be more ambulatory. There'll be very few. In fact, you go into any of the homes and you just don't see many people in wheelchairs. They'll use walkers, but most of them are ambulatory. So they're able to get around, and that's why I think it's good, especially that they would allow them to have pets. And going through the approval of Belmont, we talked a lot about the memory unit and what that would provide for the patients. And somebody said at that hearing, well, how do you know when somebody should go into the memory unit? And they said it's not usually the families, it's the other residents there that let staff know that this person really needs to go into the memory unit. I thought that was an interesting thing. But I know that none of us like change, and we moved out here because of the open space, and especially where the people that live in the county and they have larger lots, and they're fortunate that they can do that. But I really think that this is a perfect setting for it. The hospital is right there, even though it's not an emergency hospital, and the medical offices, that I really think, to me, that this fits in well. And so I'm going to support the motion.
Commissioner Newman, do you have some comments?
Yes, reluctantly. Let me begin my comments by thanking all of you, pro and con, for coming and making your views known tonight. We really appreciate that, and you should be very proud of yourself. This is what a working democracy is all about, so thank you. In evaluating this application, I'm using 3 criteria, as I do with all things that come before this commission. The first is it legal? Does it meet all the requirements that the city has? And the answer to that is clearly yes. The staff and the applicant have done an excellent job over a long time of making sure that all the required conditions have been met. So that's a pretty easy one. Yes, it is legal. Another standard is for our city as a whole, is this beneficial? Does this help our city? And I didn't hear anyone on any side of this tonight say that we don't need more assisted living facilities. Clearly we do, and clearly that would be a benefit to our community. So that too is a yes. I'm very sympathetic with those neighbors of this this proposed facility who would be affected by this for traffic reasons or other reasons. I didn't ask the question at the time because we had 25 speakers and I wanted to keep things rolling. And I thank Chairman Nichols for doing such a good job of keeping it rolling. But the question I would have asked to each opponent of this is, if you don't like it in this location, where would you like it? And that brings me to the third criterion I have for this, which is it consistent with its surroundings? And this is something we look at with every application here. You can't put a 10-story office building in the middle of a residential neighborhood. There are rules about that. And that's really a knife's edge here. I'm very concerned on a couple of points about that. This is a neighborhood, even with Tosh, that is very rural in character. And this is, even though it's providing a valuable and needed service, this is a large commercial enterprise that's 10 times bigger than what's there now. And we're plopping it down there. And take it out of that neighborhood. This is part of a large trend nationwide where there's very rapid growth. I think Oakmont has a quality product. I think you've done a very good job in doing this all over the state. In a larger sense, this is happening all over the nation. Oakmont is a good example of this. There's a lot of money going into this, both public and private, especially private equity money, going into these kinds of things. And this is a commercial enterprise. There are benefits from that, but this is a large commercial enterprise being plopped down in the middle of what is currently a residential setting. I also have a concern about the traffic part. I did some quick checking on the recess on some statistics on life expectancy. Oakmont is saying that the bulk of the customer base will be in their mid to late 80s. The average life expectancy in the U.S. is, so late 80s for customers. Average life expectancy for women is 81 years, for men is 76 years. So it's actuarially improbable to think that there won't be a lot of emergency calls. Mr. Mabry said there's something on the order of 8 calls per month, and I saw Ms. Jones shaking her head saying, I don't think so. Statistically, again, I think that's an improbable situation given the age of the customers we're talking about. And these are customers. This is a business. And then again, I come back to this is a very large commercial enterprise in this setting. And to me, that's not consistent with the neighborhood that it's in, even with Tosh, because of the rest of the neighborhood and because of my concerns about traffic. Very reluctantly, and I really could go either way on this, but very reluctantly, I think I'm going to have to not support this motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Alexander?
Well, I think the first thing to do is reiterate what's already been said. Everybody here should be applauded for showing up. Apathy in this country is not a good thing. You've obviously you don't have that problem in this situation. So whether I don't care which side you're on. I've sat there, and from my perspective here, thank you for showing up. The things that have already been said, I don't think I need to say again, and yet I've been in town since '72. I've been in the area where those of you to the east are. A lot of you were my customers, and the property to the west and to the south is property I was playing in when there weren't any homes there. So I understand what it is, what it was. And the question that I'm having a hard time with, but I'm kind of wrapping my arms around is this the best use of the property? If 4 homes is the zoning, which it seems to be, I can't imagine seeing it the way it is that it's going to necessarily produce 4 homes. But if that were the case, from a visual standpoint to those on the east, would it be any better than the zip line you now look at? I see this project as better than the zip line you now look at. So the ones to the west in the apartments, you're going to see a building, and you're going to see a lot of trees like you do now. It's going to be a bigger building, but the buffer of all the trees on all sides is certainly not going to be a bad thing. I'm torn, and since I'm going to have to push a button one way or the other, I'm going to push the button on no. I'm not comfortable that this is the right thing, and I think it's a great project. And all the other things about, we need this, there's no question. But I'm just not comfortable that it's the right thing in that location, and so I won't support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I do want to thank you all for being here. I was a little bit apprehensive when I saw all those names on petitions, a lot of numbers on both sides, that might have a little unruly crowd, but I've appreciated all the comments and appreciated the decorum that you've expressed here tonight. Thank you very much. It's been a very pleasant evening, long but pleasant. That said, I know this area has often been the crossroads of our community for a variety of issues, and I know that some of you have been there for a number of years and know some of the issues that we faced in this particular neighborhood. this is another one of those issues that we're faced with as we try to look at how best to say, not necessarily finalize, but as we continue to refine this part of our community. And as I look at this, as we've talked about some of the transitions and how it fits, I see a hospital on one corner, apartments on the other, open space behind it, very rural residential to the one side, single-family dwellings up. I mean, if you wanted to pick one that's going to match, it's like you got a whole assortment there. You know, you can pick which one you want to match to, but there's not a consistent trend that something needs to match all those because we have such a variety there. So it's just a matter of how do we make it work. So as Mr. Alexander mentioned also, is this the best use? I don't know if it's the best use. Is it acceptable use? Yes, I think it's an acceptable use. So, there's some pros and cons for all that. As part of the baby boomer sandwich generation, my wife and I are taking care of adult kids and our parents simultaneously. My dad's in his 90s. My mother-in-law's in her 90s. She's in a facility. My father-in-law passed away just a few years ago, and he went to a number of facilities here in the area. He died when he was 90. So, we experienced this personally firsthand. I'm looking at, hey, are we going to retire here? And I'm going to need one of these facilities. That's a very good possibility. The kids have settled down here, so with grandkids around, my wife is probably not going to be wanting to leave. So we'll probably be around here too. So I might be over at a place like this. Who knows? But I did visit the site. I've been over that area many, many times. But, when you have a project before you, you want to look at it for what's being proposed. So I went over there, drove up all the neighborhood streets, Rimrock and all those over there, looked at the different view sheds. What would I think if I were living in this house, if I were driving up this street? Same thing over Las Padres, the hospital, the whole thing. I wanted to get the full flavor of it. I read all the documents. For those of you who haven't seen it, we've got this environmental document that we've been given twice. I read the whole thing both times. In fact, I even commented on the first one, if you saw my comments in there. We do take this seriously. This is not just a pile of paper, although it's required to put together. We do read it. So I believe we've all done our homework. I also was concerned about the general plan, and it is consistent with the general plan. Yes, zoning needs to be adjusted to accommodate that, but it is consistent with the general plan. So as I look at the totality of this and try to assess, well, given all that it could be, it should be, that it is now and might be, I'm going to support what this project is. Now, again, this is a recommendation to the City Council. They're going to have the final say whether we give it a thumbs up or thumbs down. They do take heed to what we say, and they will, at least look at what how each commissioner votes. But that's where you obviously get a second chance at this if you care to share your thoughts and concerns to the City Council. They're ultimately the one that has to make the policy decisions on these. We give it our best shot with your input, with our review, with staff's assistance. So that's where I'm going to land on this, and we'll find out finally with the vote here. But again, I do want to thank you all for coming and for participating in this process, and you'll have another chance whether you agree with it or not. So with that, please vote.
Motion passed 3-2 with Commissioner Newman and Alexander opposed.
And for a final comment, any aggrieved party who wishes to appeal the Planning Commission's decision. Oh, actually, this is a recommendation. Great, I don't have to read that. Forget that, we're done. So thank you for coming. We have a few more items of business to take care of, but you obviously are welcome to depart at this time if you don't care to keep up with that. So at this point, we have our Community Development Department reports and referrals. Mr. Town.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. Just looking ahead to your next few meetings in 2016, we have a number of hearings scheduled for January 11th, January 25th, and also February 8th. So it'll be a busy couple months. I should also mention that a case which the Commission heard with regard to the Anytime Fitness proposed at the North Ranch Mall. That was the case in which the commission approved the use and one new monument sign. The applicant for that property appealed your decision not to approve the second monument sign. That is going to City Council tomorrow night on appeal. The second monument sign at Anytime Fitness.
Okay, it was just difficult with the noise to hear what was going on.
This was the case where
I have to read your lips?
Yeah. The gym. This is the Anytime Fitness.
Excuse me, folks, could you take your conversation out to the lobby, please? We've still got some business to finish up here. Thank you.
This is the Anytime Fitness in the North Ranch Mall, and this body approved the use and one new additional monument sign. This commission did not approve the second monument sign, the one closer to Westlake Boulevard, right on Westlake, actually. The applicants appealed that portion of your action to City Council, and they will be considering it tomorrow night. So, yeah. And with that, that's all I had. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Town. Next is minutes and resolutions. Looks like we have the minutes of Planning Commission meeting of November 9th, 2015. And the resolutions, Planning Commission meeting of November 9th, 2015. So do I have a motion to approve? Oh, I'm excuse me, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Newman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I move we adopt the minutes, is it?
November 9th.
Of November 9th, as stated. And resolutions as well.
Thank you. Any comments or corrections or edits? Hearing none, please vote.
Motion passed 4-1 with Commissioner Alexander abstaining. Okay. One more time.
Please vote again.
Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, next item 9 is AB 1234 reports. Any meetings attended by staff, or excuse me, by commissioners at city expense? State of the City address was December 1st.
I attended the State of the City speech where Mayor Al Adam gave the progress of our city. I'm sorry.
I have a question. I was supposed to attend that, but I became ill, so I don't know whether the city paid for my ticket or not. How do I handle that? I reported it anyway, so. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right.
I also attended that luncheon. It was a nice time to visit with folks there. Item 10, commission comments. Commissioner Newman.
I want to wish my fellow commissioners and citizens of Thousand Oaks a happy holiday season. And I want to commend Chair Nichols for doing an excellent job tonight on moving the many speakers along in a timely way, in a civil way, and getting to an amicable conclusion. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Trappell.
Just a question on protocol. We're after 11. Do we have to do anything with that? We can, so we're done. Okay.
Okay. Last item is adjournment. So our next meeting will be January 11th at 6:30 p.m. And that's in the new year 2016. So this is our last meeting of the year. Thank you all for a productive year. We will see you after the holidays. Enjoy a Merry Christmas, time with your families, and we'll see
Happy
you in
New Year.
January. Good night, Thousand Oaks.
Good night.